Hello, 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 everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Look like PG's a little late. Yeah, yeah, I was running a little late. That's for sure. That was for sure. Okay. Uh, Amy's number one. Hand pink waving. Hand pink waving. Hello to PG and followers. Hey to you, sweetie. Number one in here tonight. Amen. Judy, number two. Hello, PG and everyone. Hello to you, girl. Hello to you. Much love. And Christy is number three. Hey, PG and friends. Just checking in. Hugs from Minnesota. All right, girl. Amen. Absolutely. Okay. We had our one, two, three. There we go. God bless. Sue Lawson. How you doing tonight? Says hi PG. Hi to you, girl. Absolutely. How you doing, Mary? Looks like PG is a little late. Yeah, she's calling me out, right? I'm kidding. God bless, girl. How you doing, Ruby Rainmaker? She says hello, Miss PG. Hello to you, sweetie. God bless. Um, our bucket. Let's has holes. Hello, everyone. Much love to all. Much love to you, girl. Absolutely. Much love to you. Um, yeah. Did anybody else hear? I was up on Miss Daisy's tonight. I don't know if everybody was over there or not, but I was up on Miss Daisy's and, here Candus is in the chat, right? And I'm questioning about that timeline, right? Tell us about that timeline, 3:15 to 6:30. Oh, hell no. They don't want to talk about that timeline. Even law enforcement can't get that timeline out of them, right? I over there calling her ass out on it. Um, you know, and she didn't want to talk about it, right? She didn't want to talk about it in the chat. And I think she said something like this: "That ain't happening." Well, of course it ain't, Candace, because you know you can't tell what you was doing in that time. If you told the real truth what you was doing in that time frame, then we'd understand. But since you don't know anything about, you know, how long it takes to do this and to do that and do one thing and another, because all your whole life you didn't do shit, you can't even make one up, right? So there you go. And so there we have it. When it comes to the timeline, right? She don't want to talk about that timeline. Nope, she sure don't. But I didn't have time enough tonight to get it all together. But tomorrow night, I think you guys gonna see a little bit of Candace's timeline. Um, where supposedly, she was, and not just on the 15th, but on the 21st too, right, Candace? You and Donald. Um, so yeah, you know, um, I'm not going to kiss the whale's backsides. Absolutely not. It makes me want to puke just to hear other people doing it. Um, it's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Um, to sit there and watch these people coddle the whales, you know, the liars, the liars. But I got a little something for you. Um, I want to play to everybody. So listen to this.
And I'm not gonna go on YouTube and tell the whole freaking story of what happened
No, I don't.
and all that crap. The only people that matter that I told the truth to was law enforcement, TBI, and all that. That's all that matters.
Amen.
Absolutely. I
Because you
don't
know
have to
what?
prove myself to all these YouTubers.
Um,
And I'm not going to go on YouTube and tell the whole freaking story of what happened.
no, Candace, because you haven't told the whole freaking story of what happened even to law enforcement, right? They've been up to your house numerous times trying to get that story out of you. And all they've gotten so far is a bunch of BS, right? What they've gotten so far is you crying and saying, "You're interrogating me." Can't be interrogated if you didn't do nothing. If you're innocent, you aren't interrogated. If you're innocent, you're just basically answering, questions that law enforcement need in order to help them understand what happened so that they can move on from there to find your missing child, right? I mean, nobody's interrogating no one if you're innocent. You know who gets interrogated? Guilty people. Do you know who feels interrogated? Guilty people, right? Case closed. Because Candace feels interrogated all the time, feels interrogated. So, with that being said, um, so be it, right? So be it. Yeah, um, I'm not going to argue and fight with Miss Daisy at all because one, Miss Daisy be like family, and two, I'm not giving Don and Candace Wells the satisfaction of fighting with Miss Daisy. I seen because that's what they want. That's what they do. That is what they love to do. They love to have the creators going at each other's throats while they sit back and laugh. And no, it's not happening. It's not happening. They're sucking Miss Daisy in right now the same way that they sucked a lot of other folks in with their bullshit pity stories. And only to find out how cruel, ugly, sinister, and fucking mean they are. I mean, Cam, he surely found out. And, Benny found out. And Cher found out. And a whole lot of other creators, like Trevor Lee found out. Um, you know, Doug, he found out. You know, the Wells are not nice people. They are not nice people. Did you hear Grandus tonight over there? Um, over there, cussing like a damn sailor. I mean, this woman's got one foot in the grave, the other one's sliding, and she's cussing like like she ain't got no heaven to win or hell to shun, right? I mean, that's terrible. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying anybody's got, nobody knows when their time's going to go, but you know, I think when you're like old as fucking dirt, you're going to be a little worried, right? I mean, I would think so. I think you change your ways somewhere, but not her. She was sitting there cussing up a storm. What's the matter with you, Grandus? Why you hating on me? Why you hating on me, Candace? And Grandus, because I called you all out. You hating on me because I called you two out for doing the dirty deed for Donnie. You guys did the dirty deed for Donnie. That's what you all upset about. That's exactly what they're upset about, right? Donald ran his mouth, gave himself away, and they're worried about it. And I'm sure law enforcement is you know is notified them, and if they haven't, they know that law enforcement's going to after that slip of Donald's lip. And Candace can say what she wants, and and I'm going to tell you something. I'm not treating Candace and Don Wells and Grandus nicely at all. You know, put it this way. let's just wipe them being guilty off the table, right? Wipe it off the table. I still ain't being nice to them. You know why? Because they sit up there and they let those kids go hungry. They didn't bath those children. They didn't have clean beds for those children. They didn't have a refrigerator full of food for those children. They did not have kind words for those children. They did not have educational toys and stuff for those children. They spent no time with those children whatsoever other than running them around with people like Allie, like one weird family after the other, right? Um, so Candus could be friends. So Candus could be buddies with somebody else's mommy, right? So Candus could hug on some teenage boys. You know, she's friends with Allie, hugging on H. She's friends with the other lady, hugging on that other young boy. I mean, these people are fucking sick, right? Any way you look at it, they're freaking sickos. And nasty and dirty. That's what they are. I mean, unfit. That was an unfit house. Those were unfit parents, right? One bag of corn dog to feed 7 people. One bag of corn dogs to feed 7 people. And Jody Sue said it didn't look like it was going to feed them. Well, Don and Candus don't look like they ever missed a meal, but those kids look like they missed plenty, right? The day Summer came up missing, the only thing she had the whole day was a slushie. Let's not forget about that, right? Let's please not forget about it. Breakfast came and breakfast went for not only Summer, but the boys sitting at home. Lunchtime came, lunchtime went, not only for Summer, but the boys sitting at home, right? I mean, these kids got no food all day. And I think that was abridgment. And you know, and what did Candace buy and feed them? I mean, these kids were eating dollar pizzas out of a freaking dollar store, right? And we're supposed to praise Candace and Donald. Oh, why you picking on me? I got to ask why not, right? I got to ask why has Child Protective Services not already prosecuted your asses for child endangerment, child neglect, right? And a whole lot of other shit. I got to ask myself why law enforcement has not seriously took you guys in and interrogated you over your missing daughter's case. And, you know, law enforcement ain't going to Jody Sue's house. They're not going to Fred Hill's house. They're not going to the old goat's house. You know, they're not going down the road to Donnie's house. They're not going even down to the Smith house. You know where they're going? They're not going to the Light's house. They're doing none of these people's homes. But they're going to Candace and Donald's home. Matter of fact, just recently their door got kicked in, right? So you tell me who the guilty party is, but we're going to hear Candace talk her shit a little more.
And all that crap. The only people that matter that I told the truth to was law enforcement, TBI, and
no, Candace, you didn't tell the truth to law enforcement. Law enforcement told you the truth. They said, Candace, we have solid evidence that you came out of that driveway twice on June 15, 2021, after you arrived home from Hunters. They had a neighbor's trail cam picked it up. She sat there and told him, no, that's not true. It's not true. That's her story. She's sticking to it. Right, Candace? Remember that when they called you in to the law office, Ronnie Lawson, down at the police station, they called you in there. Remember when you went in there while Donald's sitting in the parking lot? You went in, you got questioned, and they told you about leaving twice, and you told them that no, you only left once. That's your story. You're sticking to it. If they, if they're not going to arrest you, you want to go home, you want to leave. Yeah, Candus, remember that? You came back to the vehicle, saying F them, and then you was laughing because you told them that that's your story. You're sticking to it, like out of the song, and thought it was funny as hell. Yeah, exactly. Why don't you talk about that? Huh? Why don't you talk about how you're not cooperating? Why you gotta be lying? That's my thing. That's a song too. Why you always lying, right? Because you're lying.
That's all that matters.
Amen.
I
Because you
don't
know
have to
what?
prove myself to all these YouTubers.
No, you don't have to prove yourself to us, but don't come out here like we need to kiss your ass when you're fucking lying to us and uncooperative, just like you are to law enforcement, right? Why are you even coming out here if you don't want to tell the truth? Why are you even coming out here? I tell you why. Because you're looking for support and more monies, to keep going with your habits. You and Donald like to use those gift cards. You like to sell those gift cards. You even offer to give them away to some people. You even offer to give them away to suck people in and then have them go attack other people that don't want your fucking gift cards and can't be suckered, right? That's what you do. I know what you do, right? And you could say, oh, PG don't know. No, I know you. I know you, Candus, and fucking Donald, and your grandma with the filthy mouth, right? They called me swear guard, man, and that woman was worse than me. I was like, what? That old lady be crazy. She be crazy back there, right? It ain't about her daughter. I mean, I would think she would want that information about her daughter if she didn't have it. But I don't think I told her anything new. I think the old biddy already knew all of that. And to be honest with you, they lied because, they were saying that Grandus wasn't up there, that she was gone. Well, you heard her in the background tonight, right? She's there. And I told you all she's there. And no, PG, no. Candus and them said she's gone. No, she's right freaking there. Right there with them. And that's the games they play. That's the bullshit they like to, that's the bullshit they like to play. The games. They can't tell the truth to save their own life, right? They don't know how to tell the truth. And that is the truth. But let's listen to Ronnie Lawson after Candus ran her mouth tonight. Because Candus, this is going to prove that you're a fucking liar.
Cooperating. I know you said obviously Dawn's there, but like the mother and all those other people, are they still cooperating?
No, they're not cooperating right now. They have attorneys.
What'd you say, Ronnie? What was that? Let's
Still cooperating. I know you said obviously Dawn's there, but like the mother and all those other people, are they still cooperating?
No, they're not cooperating right now.
No, they're not cooperating right now. No, they are not. They haven't ever cooperated, right? They haven't ever cooperated. Ever.
They have attorneys.
Oh, they have attorneys. There you go. Why would this man, main law enforcement, right? This is the sheriff. Why the hell would he want to lie on some scumbags like the Wells? Why would he want to do that? This man has no reason to be lying, right? But Candus, Grandus, and Donald does. They got plenty of reasons to be lying. Like 1 jail cell, 2 jail cell, 3 jail cells, right? There you go. They got plenty of reason to be lying. But it is what it is. Anyhow, yeah. Let me see if I can find right here. Right here. Donald's slip of the lip. Let's listen to Donald's slip of the lip.
I already knew, and I already knew that she was put into a car and taken from here.
Yeah.
I knew that from day one. I knew that from the second that it happened, but trying to explain that to the police is like trying.
How did you know that, Donald? How did you know for sure that happened? Well, you didn't. You didn't. This is a 5-year-old child. You were at work, right? Or supposedly supposed to be at work, right? He's supposedly supposed to be at work. So how would you know this to be fact with a 5-year-old that's just poof, be gone? Nobody seemed to know what happened. How would you know this? No, you didn't know this. You didn't know this unless you were the one that, summons the car to come get her, right? Unless you were the one that summons that car to pick her up, you wouldn't know for sure. Right? You knew for sure she wasn't out there in the woods. Right? You knew for sure a car came and picked her up. Well, let's hear about your angels.
To talk to a brick wall.
I remember you told me that you had the weird feeling. You want to explain to like the people listening about that weird feeling you had beforehand?
It's not a weird.
Yeah, explain to us about that weird feeling. Ooh. Yeah, we want to hear it.
Weird feeling. It's when the angel tells you that something is going to happen to your kid or your daughter, which is what happened to me, and I couldn't explain it, and I didn't understand at the time. But I knew 4 to 5 months prior that something was going to happen to Summer because an angel told me, and not with words. But you can take it for what you want.
4 or 5 months prior, he says at this point. Now, I do believe in warnings, I absolutely do believe in, in dreams and warnings and things like that. 5 months prior, I could almost believe that one if it wasn't for what we're going to hear next.
You can say that if you want to. Y'all can just say that I'm crazy, or you can say that I'm just making up a story.
No, I don't think it's crazy at all.
No, not you, Dolly. I'm just saying your audience can say whatever they want about me. But
not you, Dolly. Not you. Yeah, I've heard that one shit before.
not you, sir. But 4 to 5 months prior, something told me that something was going to be happening this summer. And I knew something was going to happen. And I asked Candus to please keep a sharp eye on her because something was going to happen. And then that picture that y'all might see on the internet or whatever, where I was holding her.
This is the picture right here. This is the picture.
When she was sleeping. And I knew something told me at that moment that the time was short at hand, that something, whatever was going to happen, it was going to happen soon. And this is probably a week or two prior to her disappearance.
Now, right there, no. Right there, no. A week or two before her disappearance, he's crying because something told him that the time is short at hand. No. No. No, no, no. No. He's crying. He's crying because this was pre-planned, right? This was something that they had gave thought over and they decided to move forward with, is what it sounds like to me. And it sounds like he may have been thinking about it longer, a lot longer than just, you know, I think 4 or 5 months before is when he heard about whatever. And then it came down to, you know, it came down to making the choice. Because, you know, they obviously thought about it, thought it over. You know, one of those things you can't get off your mind, a good deal or something. I don't know. But it sounds to me like, you know, they decided to go with whatever was pre-planned. If you ask me.
Uh-huh.
And I was crying, and I knew that, and I said, Lord God, please. She was asleep in my arms, and I was like, Summer, I love you. I love you so much. And I just can't believe it. But I knew the time was short.
Uh-huh.
So
Really, what you knew was you're a viper, that you're and your old lady and you guys are snakes. What you knew was you had some kind of pre-plan for this child. And that's a damn shame. That's a damn shame because this baby had no idea. Had no idea. She's laying there asleep in your arms, trusting you to protect her when you were standing there plotting against her, and you fucking knew it. And that's my opinion. I am entitled to it.
day that she disappeared, and then when I come home from work and I drove to the bottom property and I see my neighbors and my boys searching for her, I knew at that instance that what had been what
He started to say what had been intended, what had been intended, what they had planned. What had been planned? Now let's listen to the slip of his lip here. Yeah, let's listen to the slip of your lip.
instance that what had been
There you go. What had been tended, not what an angel told you, but what it was tended. Right? There you go. There you go. Right there. The slip of the lip. Yeah. So you guys can decide for yourself. You heard it out of his own fucking mouth, right? That's what they're mad at me about. That's what I'm getting heat on my ass about, right? Candus, I don't want to be nice to you. I ain't going to kiss your fucking ass. Don't sit over on Miss Daisy's and say, oh, PG needs to be nice to me. No. No. I don't need to be nice to anybody. Right? I don't need to be nice to anybody unless I choose to be nice. And I only choose to be nice to people that are nice, upstanding, God-fearing, law-abiding citizens, right? The people that know how to be nice back, and the people that know how to be nice to their children. I'm not here for you, Candus. I don't give a flying fucking rat's ass about you, Candus. What I do give a flying fucking rat's ass about is what your old man just slipped his lip and said. And if he was at work, then someone had to do the dirty deed that was done that day. Who does that left to do it on that hill? Candus and Grandus. And that's why Grandus was going crazy, because she knows her ass, the jig's up, and her ass was implicated in it, right? You were there, old lady. You was there. And the way you ran your mouth didn't help you none tonight, because that only allowed us to see, the foul-mouthed, nasty old lady you are, right? Mean, ugly, selfish, self-centered human you are. That's what we got a picture of. You ain't the poor victim, bitch. You were sitting up there with Candus, and if this man was at work and that slip of his lip that it had been done, then who done it? Obviously, you guys did. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it, right? Just like you told law enforcement about coming out of that driveway twice. You lied. You lied. You've been lying. You guys are liars. And if people out here want to have you a pity party and they want to say, oh, it'd be so bad to find out that, they weren't guilty. I don't think we're going to be finding that out. I personally think when a prosecution is made, it's going to be made on 110 Ben Hill Road. That's my opinion. And I'm pretty damn sure, 150%, right? That's where it's going to be made. Because that is where law enforcement keeps going back to. That is where they're getting no cooperation from. And they know the mother freakers are guilty as hell as well. They just need to prove it. Right? They need to get it solid, and they need to prove it. And they will. They will with time, right? So, with that being said, there we go. There we go. This shit was pre-planned. As he said, and we're going to go ahead and listen to him because you done heard the slip of his lip, right? Everybody heard the slip of his lip.
What was told to me by an angel that I assume was an angel told me that it had been fulfilled.
It had been fulfilled. I know what. So, Candus calling you on the phone, talking to you for 20 minutes before calling law enforcement. She's the angel. Your angel there. And you're getting a laugh out of this because, you see her as an angel for doing a dirty deed that you obviously cobbled up. Yeah. Right. No, this, Candus ain't no angel. Matter of fact, the people that would do something like this are fucking demons, if you ask me. Right? That's what they are. And someone that would, you know, pre-plan something this disgusting, pretty damn evil to me as well.
And I could not explain that to the police or anybody else, but I knew that she was gone.
Yeah. Try explain. Well, don't worry about it, Donald. I actually have a video specifically for Sheriff Ronnie Lawson to look this over. And so, you know, we'd explained, actually, I took the liberty to explain it for you, right, to law enforcement. So there you go. There you go. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah, wow. Right? Wow. There you go. And that's, you know, that's why Candus felt the need to, you know, did you take note that she didn't want to pounce that ass up on daisies while I was on panel? She wanted to wait till PG got the hell out of there, right? She wanted to make sure that, you know, I was out of there. Absolutely. She didn't, you know, she ain't got enough ass to come up on panel, you know, with me there. Because she knows that I'm going to ask her about that timeline, right? I'm going to ask her what was that slip of Donald's lip there. What was intended? What was intended a week and a half before this baby came up missing? And who was there to carry it out? You know, what Donald's saying is, you know, a week and a half, they already knew what they was going to do with this baby. And on that particular day, you know, their dirty deed was carried out, right? So that's pretty much what's being said. That is exactly what's being said there. You know, and obviously that angel was on the phone with him for 20 minutes before calling law enforcement. So, you know, now it's just, you know, what did they do? What did they do? Well, Donald says he knows for a fact she was put into a vehicle. So, you know, now is he lying to cover up, you know, to cover up something else that they had to do, you know? For some reason, or did they indeed, you know, did they indeed put her into someone's vehicle, right? I don't know. I'm not sure what exactly happened, but he admitted that what was intended a week and a half before had been carried out when he went down the hill where the boys are. And that's why he flew past the cops and down that hill, because as soon as he seen the police officers, man, he knew his part of the involvement and just kept going, right? Trying to get his shit together, because he wasn't prepared for all of that. He wasn't prepared for all of that, right? The cops and all the stuff going on. You know. So you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. But that's why I'm getting attacked. You know, that's why I'm getting attacked like that. Because I obviously stumbled upon the truth, right? obviously we stumbled upon the truth, and they're pissed. I don't know exactly what's going on to take the focus off Summer. I mean, this lie tonight's been all about Summer. It's been all about, you know, how the Wells did not cooperate whatsoever with law enforcement upon this little girl's disappearance, and that timeline they needed. If indeed someone else did take her, that was very important, right? But they couldn't give it. They couldn't give it, and that led law enforcement to believe, you know, that they were guilty parties because they couldn't give no timeline. Everybody gives a timeline. If you're not guilty, man, I mean, you're like, 1 o'clock this, 1:15 that, 1:30 this, 2 o'clock was doing that, from 2 to, 2:30, from 3 to 3:30, that timeline. You know that timeline good because, there's clocks everywhere. There is a freaking timepiece on your phone, and Candus is always looking at it. I mean, this bitch hangs onto that phone like it's pure gold, right? Doing her TikToks. She's looking at messages, seeing this, seeing that. She's always on that phone. And anybody on a phone constantly, you know what time it is. Because that's the first thing to hit you in the face when you pick that phone up. Right? So she was very familiar with the timeline. I don't side with anyone one day and turn on somebody the next. No, I don't do that. I gave Donald an opportunity. He said he would go on Steve Wilko's show and take that lie detector's test, and we would all watch him get that nice chair that Steve pulls out and says, "Hey, have a seat. You passed the lie detector's test, right?" And I said, if you go there, you clear yourself. And, and Candus don't have to do it if she's having all these issues. She don't have to do it because, you kind of speak for her. So you go do it. And he said, "Oh, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it." But he didn't do it. He backed out. Because, see, Steve don't let you come on there. When you go on to Steve Wilko's show, you have to take a piss test, right? You have to take a drug test to make sure there's nothing in your blood that's going to, alter the lie detector's test. That you're not taking anything to, slow your heart rate or your pulse rate down. And then you get to take the lie detector's test. And you have to show, a doctor's statement, like for any medications that you are on. Because then they're allowed to be in your system, right? So you have to have, the doctor has to prescribe these medications, and you have to have a prescription for it. Not that you just got on it a week ago or two, but you've been taking it for for months. Not that you ran to a doctor trying to get it to slow your heart rate down and pulse, right? That's what I'm talking about. So, then he'll give you the lie detector's test, and, if you pass it, all good. You get to sit down in that chair. And, but Donald didn't know the bigger picture of Steve Wilkos until I guess someone had to explain it to him, that it's not as easy as, take something to slow your pulse and heart down a little bit so you can pass it. They actually do a drug test beforehand. to make sure whatever in your system, you better be able to show proof that a doctor has gave it to you and you've been on it for a while. Not that you ran and tried to get something, last minute shit. So he decided, no, he's not doing it now. He ain't going to do it. And, and that ain't, I didn't flip-flop on him. He flip-flopped on us, right? He flip-flopped on us. We gave him the benefit of the doubt. We tried to be good and nice. And he's the one that flip-flopped, right? He don't want to do it. So, obviously he don't feel that he's going to be able to sit down in a chair, right? Where his daughter's concerned. He don't feel like he's going to be able to sit down in that chair. And, don't lie to me. Don't tell me that you will do something and then not do it. Right? This ain't about the Wells. This is about Summer. This is about a missing 5-year-old little girl that needs us to find the truth for her. This is about a 5-year-old missing little girl that needs us to help find her, bring her home, and get justice against the bastards that done this to her. That's what this is about. Summer Moon Utah Wells is the victim in all of this. Not the Wells. Candus ain't a victim. She is a suspect. Grandus ain't a victim. The bitch is a suspect. Donald is not a victim. He is a suspect. And you know what? Grandus is not a victim because she was called back, took down to the police station, and questioned about her nappy time, right? That she told some lady on YouTube about. So, and she said that Candus actually took Summer away for Donald, right? There you go. I mean, it's adding up, right? It's adding up. I mean, Grandus was pinning it all on Candus. Basically what Grandus was saying is Candus is the one that for Donald did whatever was done with Summer. She said that Candus put Summer in a car, right? This is what she didn't tell me. She told some other YouTuber that Candus was that Summer wasn't feeling well, and Candus was taking her to Donald so Donald could take her to a hospital, right? Remember that? And Donald said he knows for a fact she got put in a car. Right? He knows for a fact. And so Grandus is just letting you know it was Candus that put her in the car. Right? I mean, they're telling the truth, a little truth in all the lies. You just got to try to figure out what part of their big fucking lies has got the truth in it, right? So Donald says on here that, he knew a week and a half before she went missing that she was going to be missing, right? He said that he knew when he got home that day that what was tended had been carried out. And he said, I know for a fact she got put in a car. Grandus said that Candus put her in a car, to go to a hospital. I don't think it was to go to a hospital. Candus must have put her in a car that was going somewhere else, right? So, if you read between all the lines, take away the lies, put in the truth, then Grandus' story is adding up with Donald's story here, right? And Candus is the culprit. And Candus, what did Candus say? What has Candus been saying to the people she's talking to? Like Jenna and those other women. She kept saying that Donald, that she thinks Donald's the one that had, that did something to Summer. She said, he came home at 3:30 that day. Is what she told Jenna, that Donald came home at 3:30 that day. So it must have been around 3:30 when they did whatever they done, right? It must have been about 3:30. So, there you go. It all makes sense. Candus was blaming it on Donald because it was Donald's ideal, right? And Grandus let everybody know that, Candus is the one that was the one that carried out what was intended to be carried out for that day. Right? So, stick it all together. You probably got the truth of what happened that day on 110 Ben Hill Road. I know Jody Sue said that a vehicle. Jody Sue said she heard a scream at 3:30, 3:42. And no, I'm sorry, 4:30 to 4:42. That's my bad. It was at. So that would make perfect sense. Because Dawn and Candus asked Jody Sue to change that timeline on that screen, and she said no, because police didn't believe it the first time. So it makes sense, and I always thought she, got the timeline. I didn't ever believe that she was telling the truth about the time the scream happened. So that makes sense. Because really, she tried to bump it up from when it originally happened, but she only bumped it up an hour. So probably the scream was at 3:30, right? The scream was at 3:30. Yeah, that all makes sense. All of that makes sense. And so everything that went down up there must have went down around 3:30. Candus gave the right time, 3:30. Grandus gave out who put Summer in the car. Jody Sue gave out, the fact that obviously Summer must not have knew him because she was screaming. And Donald just let you know that it had been intended to happen for a week and a half. Actually, they've been thinking about it for a few months. But, they decided to, make it final. Within that week and a half time frame there when she came up. He was crying and she came up missing. So, and he must see it as, doing a godly thing. Because he's talking about angels, right? I think that's pretty ungodly, if you ask me. I mean, it sounds like that's what happened. I don't know. I wasn't there. But it's all coming together and making sense. Considering that four people are talking. And if you take the lies out, extract the lies, and just and put the time frames and what they've been saying, then basically you got Donald decided when he was holding Summer was asleep. He had already decided that they was going to do something with her. And on that day, June 15th, 2021, that was the day. What they had been intending to happen happened. And Candus was the one that carried it out while Donald was at work. And Grandus supposedly tried to put herself out of it by saying she was napping, and Candus supposed to have been taking her to a doctor, or taking her to Donald to go to a doctor. So between all of them, between all of their, mouths, they pretty much put the story together for us, right? Yeah, I'm more than happy to put his picture back up. Here's his picture. Let me get this thing out of the way. Take a look-see at him. There he is. There he is holding her.
That it happened.
There's the big picture of it, of him holding her. So, you guys tell me. What do you think? What do you think? I mean, oh yeah, Donald likes to write on walls. Do you remember when he said that his co-worker Dudley, remember when he said Dudley wrote on the walls? Dudley was all, drugged out and wrote on the walls. And then later he was called out, and Donald said, yeah, it wasn't Dudley that wrote on the walls, it was him. Donald likes to write on walls. Oh, we got a caller. Hello, PG speaking. Hello. Hello? I can't hear you, caller. I couldn't hear him. Obviously, he just wanted to listen, right? They obviously was just wanting to listen. Exactly. That's what he did, save the bees. Mm-hmm. And he has more of a look of, I think his look on his face is more like, oh my God, I wish I didn't have to do this, but for some reason he did. But what did he do? That's the thing, is what did he do? I mean, that's what I'm seeing. I don't know what other people seeing, but that's, that's what I'm seeing. Right? His ears look just fine to me. I think that's his hair in the way. I think that's his hair that's in the way right there. Um, Actually, they had a bunch of wires and stuff hanging from the ceiling. All I see is shadows, to be honest with you. I see nothing but shadows. I mean, I can take the picture and blow it up more when I get time. Um, I can blow it up to where we can actually see the walls if there's anything on it. But I can do that, but I don't see no writing on the walls as well. I mean, I really can't see. I see the shadows and the stuff hanging from the wall and the big light bulb. Um, I see a shadow of another electrical cord down by his shoulder, and but that's about all I'm seeing there. I don't see no writing. I see a bunch of shadows from the electrical cords and things hanging around. I can't answer Stoned. I can't answer for Daisy. I don't know what Daisy believes when it comes to Ziggy V and Grandus. Um, so tell me, Daisy's standing by. Is Daisy standing by Ziggy V and what Grandus told Ziggy? Or does she believe Grandus saying it was lie and she didn't know Ziggy V? Daisy was adornment that Ziggy V is telling the truth. She was adamant that Ziggy V was telling the truth. Absolutely, she was. At one time, I don't know. I have no idea. I can't answer for Miss Daisy because for one, I don't even know Ziggy V. I have no idea who Ziggy V is. So you're asking the wrong person there. I just know she was some lady that was, up on daisies all the time, and I heard her be talked about and stuff here and there, but I don't know. Tammy, I appreciate the super sticker, hon. I appreciate that. God bless. God bless. I am so grateful. I'm so grateful for your support for Summer's channel. God bless. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know. Grandis his third eyeball. You're so silly, Molly. That is funny. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm not sure what he's the one. Don Wells is the one that said what was going on in this picture. I didn't say it. He did. That's coming out of his own mouth. Yeah, that is a question. That's one I asked myself, Denny. I don't know. You live in a tent, there ain't no door there, right? Tracy, I appreciate that, hon. I appreciate that. We got a call coming in. Hello? PG speaking. Hmm? I do not understand what you're trying to say. What does, what does it? Okay, caller, you're on live now. Okay. I have no idea, but I do know that two women that we know very well. Lisa is one. She's from Arkansas. Mary is the other one from Utah. Now we also have, Jeannie and a bunch of them from Utah as well. And we also have some other people from Arkansas that knew the Wells besides Lisa. But when it comes to crediting, being creditable, Lisa is, and so is Mary. And both of these women from 2 different states, both of them that talked to Pam, Donald's ex-old lady, diligently said that Pam absolutely told those lies about Donald doing things, bad things.
Right.
So now we got 2 credible ladies in 2 different states saying, that Pam, but all of a sudden Pam comes out here now saying, making Mary into a liar, making Lisa into a liar, making all of these other people, into liars as well, right?
Yeah.
And you have some people, that actually are being mean to Mary. When I don't think Mary's a liar at all. And
No.
Pam had an older daughter besides she had one daughter that did not belong to Donald when she married him. And that is the daughter that lost 2 children. Candus was living with them. That's how Pam and Donald met Candus. Candus was actually living with Donald's stepdaughter that Pam had before Donald and her got together. And she's the one that had 2 children, that 2 men were arrested because they were doing bad things to the children. So.
Oh, wow.
And
so Candus has been involved in all that all along.
Mm-hmm. Candus was there when it happened. And
so when you say she lost the children, you mean she lost custody of them?
She lost, yes. Pam's oldest daughter lost custody. Actually, there were 3 children taken into custody because of, what went down in Arkansas. And that's when Candus moved in with Pam and Donald.
Okay. So
what I'm saying is, there is a history, of SA against children in that family. That's why the oldest daughter lost her children. She lost 2 children. First, there was a man arrested at a church that had been doing this to the children. And then her own boyfriend, the man she was with, or husband, or whatever he was to her, he was arrested later on the same charges for the same children. And that's when the children were taken.
Thank God they were taken.
Amen.
So Don's oldest daughter is now saying that he was a great father and everything to her, and that nothing was going on.
And that could be true. I mean, that could be true. I don't know, but it ain't what Pam's been telling people.
Right.
And Pam indeed but from what Mary said, that the daughter herself told Mary's daughter that this was going on.
Yeah. Oh, well, Don might have paid her off.
And Mary said that is why she contacted Child Protective Services as well, because that's what her daughter was told, and she wasn't going to allow that to go unreported. Right?
Right. That's right. So it just occurred to me, you said you didn't know why you were being hated on, and I remember now, it's because you were talking about emergency me.
I didn't even know who Emergency Me was when she called me and came at me sideways. I had no idea. Do you realize that when I answer this phone, I get a lot of people coming at me sideways as soon as I pick that phone up and saying all kinds of crazy things into my ear to cause issues? I mean, For one, when she first called, I actually thought it was Tiffany Marie. I mean, that's who I thought I was speaking with, so it is what it is. But, if you come at someone, victim or no victim, you call somebody up and you go at them sideways, and I tried to be very nice to her, the caller, when she called. I mean, I tried to be very nice, same way I was nice to you.
Right.
But she wasn't going to have no niceness.
When she was watching about what you had on your panel that night, and so her have gone.
What I had on my panel. What did I have on my panel?
Well, I'm not going to repeat all that, but
was it the video that everyone else was putting out, saying that they heard things in the 911 call?
Yeah.
Well,
so,
that
her, and so
that
she called in to say
that particular call had been played on Molly Golightly's. That particular call had been played on Michelle After Dark's. That particular call had been, a matter of fact, I didn't even, I knew about the call and I heard it when it was on Molly's, I believe. And
but I mean, she, even if it was Tiffany Marie that called, it wasn't, but I'm just saying, even if it was her and not emergency me, maybe it would have been Molly Golightly or anybody else. It would have triggered them to call. Maybe they didn't hear it on the other channels that have played it in the, previously.
Well, Molly Golightly, and if I had a problem with that, say that I heard it on Molly's and I had a problem with it and I called in to Molly, I'm not going to go at Molly sideways. I'm going to say, hey, listen, hon, are you sure that's what we're hearing? Is this tape been bothered with? Where did you get it? I'm going to talk logical, right? I'm going to talk kind. I'm going to talk, unless I want to make her look bad or I'm trying to put some stigma upon her, then I'm going to go at her the way that I got gone at.
Honestly, you don't.
But this particular.
How she felt, she might not, when she was already geared up and had already.
Well, I would say that she may have been geared up, hon, but the point being is she went on the same lady, I find out, went on Miss Daisy's, and tried to entrap them with the same exact thing to make them look, and Daisy's actually catching a lot of hell over that, right? I mean, she's catching a lot of hell over that, but we don't handle our, we are true crime creators, right? I don't even think of myself as a creator because there's only one creator in my book, and that's God, right? He created all things. Right. YouTubers. I rather call them YouTubers. But what I'm saying is, you can't. Everybody out here, here's what I'm going to say. Everybody out here understands that Tiffany Marie, that this particular person you're speaking about is Tiffany Marie's mod. And everybody knows that, Daisy was done first. And then, it's like, hiring a hit person, right? You send them out there. It's like,
it doesn't matter if it was Tiffany Marie's mod. I mean, she, what she heard triggered her. She called in.
Well, no, what triggered, she went over to Daisy's, triggered about it, and tried to call. She wasn't over at Daisy's triggered about anything. She was over at Daisy's to make Daisy and them, try to make them look bad, just like when she came to me and wanted to do the same thing. We all know out here that was a setup. I'm not sure, If she's a victim, she's not a victim. What I'm saying is, when you call someone and you go all sideways, what I'm saying is, are you going to let someone that says they're a victim come up and slap you right in the face and do nothing about it just because they're a victim? Are you going to allow that to happen? I mean, can a victim just walk up and slap you in the side of your face and you're just going to stand there? Or are you going to forget about that and just defend yourself? Because you see that, you see that they're going to continue to attack you.
Trying to belittle her and say that she wasn't a victim, and
I'm saying, listen, what I'm saying is I am a victim, and I would not call no one up and do what she done. I would not do that to anyone. In all honesty,
I'm a victim of domestic violence, and I'm telling everybody
and I'm sorry,
now that when you grow up in a household of domestic violence, the children are the ones that are affected by it worse than the adult.
I ain't only a victim of family violence, but I'm also a victim of SA. I'm a victim of mental and physical abuse, severe. So I'm probably the wrong person to call up and go sideways at. I what I'm saying is,
figured you, and you went to somebody's panel and
I don't let that kind of stuff trigger me. I don't let it trigger me. The people that did it to me triggered me enough, right?
You have to keep on living every day, and you have to put it.
I cannot go and rechannel. I can't go and rechannel my hatred and aggression for the people that did this to me on you or anyone else. It's not right. It's not nobody else's fault that happened to me, right? And if I called you up to talk, she did not want to talk about it. I asked her, would she like to talk about it? I was being kind, and she told me F no. And she called me a bunch of bad names. And to be honest with you, she triggered me.
All right, well, it's good talking to you. I've got to go. I'm ready for bed.
Well, I appreciate you calling, caller.
All right. Y'all get it together and be nice to each other.
Yeah, I wish we could, hon. I wish we could. God bless. Much love to you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. She seemed like a nice lady. I don't know. Yeah, it's all in how, it's all in how we handle things, right? In this life. I mean, when you're a victim of any kind, right? When you're a victim of anything, you got to let it go. You got to understand that it has nothing to do with you. It has all to do with the haters. It has all to do with the predators. It has all to do with them, right? It's all about them. It isn't about you. You're just the one they picked to, to torment, right? To torment and do these things too. And the sooner you realize that, it had nothing to do with you, you were not at fault for none of it, then you can move on with your life and quit letting them, them tear your life apart. They'll live in your life rent-free forever if you allow it. You got to, man, you got to throw that shit over your back like, duck off of a water over a duck's back and just move on. That's what I'm trying to say. You know, you just got to move forward and not let it get to you. You know, it wasn't about you anyway. Yeah, you are the victim. Yeah, you know, you're going to be living with the consequences, you know, of some things the rest of your life, right? I mean, like haters, you can get past haters, right? But when you're the victim of abuse, of some kind of abuse, right? Mentally, physically, sexually, it's you know, that is something that, you know, you are going to deal with from time to time, right? Like losing your loved one. It's you just sometimes it's going to haunt you, right? It's called haunting. But you know, you got to tell that ghost to go haunt somewhere else, that you just you ain't having it today. You're not having it. You know, you got to fight to live your life. God gave you this life to live it. Those people live theirs, right? They live theirs. They love what they do, you know, and they live theirs. Don't let them cause you not to be able to live your life. That's what I'm saying. You know, it seemed like I got something going on in the chat. Hey, girl, I rebuke Satan too. Oh yeah, I see my sweet Norway. I absolutely saw my sweet Norway. Hold on. I seen her go by me. I saw her go past me. Hold on, I gotta go back. I gotta go back down. Miss Norway, I saw you, and I so appreciate you supporting the channel tonight. God bless. I love my Norway. I absolutely adore her. Oh, it's open panel here every night. If anyone wants to take the link and come up, you are more than welcome. Always open panel here. So if you want to take a link and come up, you are more than welcome to come up. Ah, there you are, Miss Norway. My dear friend, thank you for not defending Don and Candus, but fighting for our summer. Much love to you and my family in chat. You are my mentor. Oh, you are so sweet, Miss Norway. God bless you. God bless you. And I so appreciate the support. Someone sent $1.49. I think, let me see if I can find them. I so appreciate your support as well, hon. I'm sorry that I'm letting things get past me here. I'm trying to go back through the chat. Molly is you. Super sticker. Yes. Amen. There we go. There we go. I don't want to forget. If I don't see it, I'll try to get back to it. I'm sorry that I got distracted with the caller. But it is what it is, right? Things get crazy around here. Hey, Lisa, I got to see you, hon. I got a caller on here.
How do you do this?
How you doing, Lisa? I'm going to lose this caller because I didn't know. This is my bad. I'm sorry, caller. I lost you. You'll have to call me back, hon. Is that you, Lisa? Okay, hon. I see you. I see you. You can You can close your camera, Lisa. Hello, PG speaking. How you doing, hon? Would you like me to put you on live? Okay. Go ahead, caller. You're online. Hey, Lisa.
There are certain people in your chat that continue to say that the wells have changed. And they're no longer on drugs and they're no longer drinking.
Oh, I could tell Candus was drinking tonight.
Yeah, and when
on Miss Daisy's.
On different people's lives, he's cool and calm, but you hit certain things and he becomes very defensive, very loud, very vulgar, very belligerent.
Oh, yeah.
And that is the alcohol.
Do you hear Grandus? I don't know what that old lady was on, but woo, boy, did she have a mouth, right? And do you remember they just said that she wasn't there? And then and she busted, right? She got busted. I was like, yes, you know, God is good, right?
Right. Yeah. You know, people want to give them a pity party now. It's too late. They're coming out saying, we want to find our daughter. Too late. Candus, oh, I miss her. I would do anything. You know, she's saying, well, you know, I want you saying that in the beginning. You know?
No.
She could have told Chris Madonna, but she don't pay attention to time. You know? I mean, come on, your child is gone. You ought to know what time you didn't see her last.
Exactly. And you know, I'm just going to ask you this question. God forbid, but if you ever had a child missing, would you have a problem sharing that timeline with everyone?
No.
I wouldn't either. Absolutely not. I mean, I would be thrilled to share it with everyone and anyone listening so that they could help me find the child, right?
That's right. When I lost my son at 3 years of age in a supermarket, I let go of his hand for a minute and I turned back around and he was gone. I was hysterical. But I found him.
Amen.
I just went over where the kids and stuff was at, the magazines, comic books and stuff. But I was hysterical. But I could have told you to the minute when I didn't see him again. You know what I mean? When I said, stand still, don't move. And I said, don't you move. I gave him a dirty look. And I turned back around and he was gone. I knew it was 2:03 p.m. I looked at my watch.
Amen. Absolutely. And you know, the thing is I mean, I know how long it takes to wash and dry a load of laundry, right? I know how long it takes to clean up my kitchen, about how long it's going to take me after dinner to get the dishes and everything up before you can take the kids to the park or, you know, somewhere else, right? Out for ice cream or whatever. So you tell your kids, you know, give me 15 minutes or give me 30 minutes. You know what I'm saying? We know a timeline.
Right.
And you know, we have did it so long, we're usually right on the money, ain't we?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, it's like making It's like it's like cooking in our kitchen. I mean, we don't measure nothing. We just put it in there because we just done it so long. I don't know. I can't tell you if it's a teaspoon or a tablespoon or what it, because I did it so long. It's just habit, and that's the way we are when it comes to time frames. I mean, we don't really need to watch to know that, oh crap, I bet it's afternoon. You go look and it is. Right? And oh, it's time to start dinner. It's already around 3 or 4 o'clock. I mean, time is like built into our systems. If you've been in the world very long, it's just built into your system because you went by the watch so long. The clock.
But like you said, she always had that phone. She always had that phone, and up in the up in the corner, it tells you the time.
Absolutely, it does. Anytime anytime you open that phone up, bam, the time hits you in the face. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So when she was out that lake with Summer,
and when you're in the car,
she had it.
Time's looking at you from the dashboard, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like there's no way in hell you don't know what time it is.
I believe that Don made some kind of deal.
Well, it sounds that way from that slip of his lip there, right?
Yeah, because when he said, I have 7 alibis, which was absolutely stupid to say, but I think what he was saying in a way was,
I made sure I had alibis, right?
He made the deal that he was nowhere around, and he had Candus pull it off.
And it also lines up with what Dudley said, that he was walking around at work looking like he had lost his best friend just before she came up missing, right?
Right.
I'm telling you, and he said what was what was tended, meaning was planned, had been brought to pass. He knew that okay, what they had intended was done. And so if you take what Grandus said, you take what Donald said, you take what Candus has been saying, you pretty much now know that it was pre-planned. Candus is the one, because Grandus said Candus is the one that put her in the car, right? So it's pretty much all adding up that whatever happened to Summer, they did it. That's where it's all leading with what all they're saying.
I would like to see, that picture of Summer back there with their milk cartons. I wish we could see the date on those milk cartons.
Yeah, you can't see. You can't.
Always have a date, expiration date.
Exactly, and no, you can't. You can't. But I know that it was June the 15th because she was seen on video surveillance at different places. And so that's and even Donald said that when he came in and he went down by the where the boys were, down by the the stream, the little stream down there, that he knew it had been carried out, right?
And what bothers me, because I've been following the case since the day she went missing. When Donald was talking about,
but he hadn't, Donald hadn't ever told us.
They probably got her somewhere towards the right there, and maybe killed her. And that look on Candus' face, she said, I just want to find my boy. And that Now,
Mhm.
see, to me, that meant something. That look she gave him. How dare you say that?
Yeah, she did do that, didn't she?
Yeah.
I think she thought he was going to. I think she thought he was going to get him busted with his mouth. Robin, you have to, or I'm sorry, Lisa, you have to click out of on YouTube, hon. You got to click out of YouTube and stay in StreamYard. Don't click out of StreamYard. Click out of YouTube, and then I need you to talk so I can hear you, hon.
What do you mean click out of YouTube?
You got to. I'm getting feedback. You can hear me at the top. There's at the top of your thing. There's tabs. You want to keep StreamYard up, but you want to take YouTube down. Click the tab out for YouTube. Yeah, it sounds like you did. Are you still with me? Where'd you go, Lisa? I'm sorry, caller.
That's okay. PG, would you mind if I bring up a statement analyst name for your followers to look him up and for you to look him up? And I think it would be a good idea because it gives you a better understanding of who Candus and Donald are. He is an instructor. He goes around and gives instructions to law enforcement. It teaches them how to decipher detection when people give statements. And on YouTube, he has Candus's first statements, like the ones that she went through the process of that day with Summer and what she did with Chris Nadal. And then he goes through Donald's statements that he gave. And this will tell you, and your listeners, those people have not changed.
Oh, absolutely
I know
not.
that.
Absolutely
no matter what
not.
they want to believe.
You know,
I'm just sorry. It hurts me.
Yeah.
They've sucked in Miss Daisy because she's good. She's a
Okay,
good
Lisa, you can shut the camera.
Can I?
How you doing, girl?
Take a Snapchat.
I'm
Take
sorry.
a photo.
Hey, girl, you're doing good. You're doing good.
Supposedly recording everybody, then it must have recorded that photo, but that's okay.
Oh no. If you're behind stage, girl, if you're behind stage, I don't snap pictures of you. Usually I just like if it's somebody funny, I just pop them up and then pop them back down. I'm sorry, caller. Who was it that you wanted to? Who is the analyst?
His name is Peter Hyatt. Hyattt.
And he has a YouTube.
Chat. Look him up on YouTube.
Okay.
And we'll find out why.
Who?
His
Peter Hyatt.
Peter Hyatt.
Hayett.
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 Oh, Haytt.
Yeah, Hyatt.
Okay.
The people in the chat, look him up. They will find out why Grandus keeps talking about that basement door.
She keeps talking about that basement door because she didn't ever check it. That's why she didn't know if it was locked or not. When she went in that basement,
That doesn't have anything to do with that.
when she went down and
she didn't know. She told Chris, nobody in, nobody out. Remember?
Yeah, absolutely.
She told him nobody in, nobody out.
Hmm.
So then that door should have been locked.
Well, when they took fingerprints, there was no fresh prints of Summers on the inside or outside anyway. You think law enforcement ain't got that?
But what I'm trying to,
And matter of fact, there
I don't
wasn't.
want to try to explain what he explains, because I can't explain the way he does. But there's a reason why. She keeps talking about the door. It isn't because someone didn't go in or go out of it. But there's a reason why.
Because she said, I don't know if it was open or shut. Well, yeah, if you believe if your kid's really missing and you're looking for the way it went out, you're going to check. You're going to see if that door is locked or not. You're going to remember that shit.
Yes, but when she gave that interview to Chris, she led on like the door was locked. That's why she said nobody in, nobody out. So then what she was saying then, Summer couldn't have got on that door.
Well, she also did a little sly thing on Chris as well. Remember when she was going back to the house and she said the boys, but not Summer. She made that little slip real low so he wouldn't notice that she said it. I mean, they're whatever they done, they're 100%.
They're guilty.
Well, whatever they did, they're how do you put it? Whatever they done, they are 100% satisfied with themselves in doing it. Right?
She said that under her breath.
Right. I mean, do you?
And Chris got it, believe me.
And and this is the thing, people are saying, "Oh, Candus, I know she loves her babies and she wouldn't ever do anything to her babies." No, are you forgetting she had 2 children prior to the 4, and she would have been in jail had they took the child to the medical care before the foster home. The only reason she wasn't jailed is because they didn't take the baby to the medical facility before the foster home, and the foster parents had to end up going there, and then they tried to turn the table back on the foster parents. And so there you go, right? And people act like they're forgetting about how damaged that child was and ain't going to ever live a normal life again. And did she try to straighten her life out? Lisa, you're making a lot of noise, hon.
Oh, I was packing my cigarette. Sorry.
But the point being is that child's not going to have a normal life ever again. And she just forgot, she didn't try to straighten her life up and get them kids back and do righteously by them children, did she? No, she just moved on. And, she had a 6-month plan with Children's Services on her boys. And we're damn near going on 2 years now, right? So, don't tell me that this is a woman that loves her children, because a woman that loves her fucking kids would have been getting them back in 6 weeks. She would have done everything needed to be done. She'd have bust her damn ass to get it done. And she would have, even if she had to move the fuck off that damn hill to get it done, it would have been done.
I'm not a fan of Don B, but I have to say, he was talking about a woman that he knew that it was in Candus' situation to get her kids back. And he said she did it in 40 days.
Amen. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm going to tell you something. If you really love your children, for one, she would have, as soon as all that went down, they said the house was on fit or whatever. She just said, okay, me and my boys, we're moving out of here into a rental or something that is suitable. And we're starting over from scratch, right?
Candus ain't got that kind of woman. That me or you would do that, but that kind of woman. She ain't about to go out there and break her back, do this job, take care of her kids.
Girl, I'm gonna tell you what. I did do it when my husband passed away on us with that cancer. Left us with nothing. I mean, nothing, and we had to do it. We had to work together, and Benny Keys is right. I did pitch pennies. I was pitching pennies at that time, and but we did what we had to do, and and we're back on our feet, and we're moving forward, and all glory to God, right? All glory to God.
I'm the person that put in chat a while ago that I raised my son on my own because his father was abusive, and I wasn't going to have my son be subjected to him seeing his mother being abusive.
Oh, no. No.
I did what I had to do on my own.
Amen.
Worked 3 jobs.
Hey, girl.
He always had a family member watching when he was the baby.
God
I never
bless.
trusted anybody except my family.
Amen.
Some of them you can't trust. My family was pretty good about watching you all the time. They all took turns. And,
That's me. I've got an older sister, and man, she was always like, even, I mean, we had a mom, but my sister was always like motherly, because she was so much older than me. And, I thank God for her because, he has been there like my darkest hours. My sister's always been there. And I am so appreciative for that.
Well, the main reason I was calling you was to let you know that I'm right behind you, that I stand where you stand when it comes to the wells. Now, maybe you and I are wrong. Only God knows what happened to that poor baby.
Amen.
But I don't believe there was anybody else involved.
I don't think, I don't think we're wrong at all. I think we are on the right track. I don't think I would be getting attacked this bad if we weren't, right?
Right.
I really don't. And I know the wells behind the scenes. Like they had Jenna come up on Ziggy's to attack me. This is what they do. Right? And the Wells are evil people, and they try to get them devil's advocates to work for them, right? To do their dirty deeds, and they sit up there and play games and get off on it. And at some point, all of this out here is going to stop, right? Once the boys are taken for good, and they're not going home. And
they never went back there.
Absolutely not. As long as the Wells are suspects and have not proved themselves to be innocent, those children won't be put back in their custody at all until they're 18. And then it'll be up to them if they want to go back or not. But the point being is, once everybody understands the boys are not going to ever be back there, and Summer, what happened to her isn't in vain. I think that this case is just going to, go away, right? I think it's going to go away. And then the Wells won't have anyone out here, no one to, pit against each other anymore. Candus and Donald have to sit up there. And then what are they going to do when they have, when they can't bond by pitting people against one another out here? Then they're going to have to, probably pit against each other. And I think that's where the big breaking point will come in at.
Yeah, it's going to turn on the other.
Absolutely.
That's the whole thing. People should just ignore them. When they want to call, come on their live, just ignore them. Just ignore them.
Exactly. But no, these people feel that the Wells get them too many likes, and views. And they'll do anything to suck up to these Wells to get them numbers up. And, it is what it is, I'm not doing that. I rather Don and Candace Wells just stay the fucking hell out of Summer's channel over here because this is for her, not them. This is about her, not them. Right?
Right.
This is about finding the real culprits, and right now they're looking pretty damn bad.
That poor child.
Yeah.
God only knows what she's suffered.
Oh, girl, don't cry. Don't cry because I know God is watching over that baby. God is watching over her, girl, and Jesus is right there with her. The angels are with her. I really do believe that Summer's in a better place. The place we're all working to get to.
Won't let somebody fresh come in and look at the case. I believe he's got something to hide.
No.
I think he knows exactly what happened.
No. I think he knows exactly what happened, hon, but knowing and proving it, two different things, sweetheart. And you think Ronnie don't want to solve this case? Of course he does. Of course he does. Ronnie actually has a heart. Ronnie Lawson has a heart. This man knows how to love. I mean, he loves his son, right? Even as bad as his son is, he loves his son. So, that tells me Ronnie knows how to love. And I'm telling you, if he could solve this case, he would do it right now. And but when you're dealing with the law and the way they tie the law's hands anymore, you get one chance at this, and you got to have something super solid to get it done.
Right.
And and there's FBI, TBI, Hawkins. There's so many people working on this case right now, and doing all they can diligently. I mean, Ronnie could have let it run cold after a year, but he didn't. He's got it as hot right now as it's ever been, and he plans on solving it. So that tells me Ronnie's got something. He's got something, and he's just waiting for whatever else to come in. And it must not be much. And, we just got to keep praying. Just keep praying that, whatever it is, he gets it and is able to move forward.
And as far as Donald going on Steve Wilkos, that was a joke. He would stand a chance against that man. Even if he passed the urine test, and even if he passed the lie detector test, once Steve got him on stage, it'd be over. Within 2 minutes, it'd be done. See, he won't go on there because he can't pass the urine test, he can't pass the lie detector, but he can't con Steve. Do you agree?
I'm sorry, I was in the chat. What did you say, hon?
I said he won't go on the Steve Wilkos show.
No.
Because he can't pass the urine test, like you said, or the lie detector.
No.
But let's just say he did. He wouldn't stand a chance against Steve. It would be all over in 2 minutes on that show.
That's the truth, ain't it? He'd be like, bitch, you ain't sitting down today. Right? That'd be funny stuff. He knows he ain't gonna get sit down.
Don Wells would be stuttering.
Yes.
Tell him to put a penny under his tongue. Maybe he'll pass it then.
Hey, you're most welcome, sweetheart. Much love. God bless.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, sweetie.
PG, if he puts a penny under his tongue, he might pass the lie detector test.
Huh?
I said if he puts a penny under his tongue, he might pass the lie detector test.
Yeah. And Donald's gonna put a penny under his tongue. I think Steve looks for that. You have to walk through a metal detector. Donald's mouth be going off. That'd be funny stuff, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. If they're innocent, definitely Steve Wilco would know. And the parents could be cleared and no more crazy stuff. All would support them. So why not just accept and go to the show? That's what I said. But do you know that when they went to Doctor's Phil, that they only went with the stipulation no lie detectors test? Mm-hmm. So that
They
tells
should have
me
put a lie detector test on them.
that tells me they're afraid that they might not even pass the ones for law enforcement, right?
Right.
That's what that tells me. There you go. And that's another thing. I mean, like, I heard people trying to throw one of the boys under the bus to protect the whales. Can you believe that? I'm like, oh no, you didn't. I mean, they sit there and said maybe one of the boys did something, and I'm like, really? Really? Tiffany Marie, you took up for Jody Sue's big grown ass son um, for months, right? Saying don't pick on people's children, and then you're ready to put one of the Wells boys under the bus? Wow. Yeah, she did say that. Yes, she did. Honest, honest to God, she said that about one of the little Wells boys. I'm like, whoa. Are you really that desperate to try to kiss the Wells ass as well? To try to throw one of the children under the bus for Don and Candus? You got to be kidding me. That was insane. I'm going to tell you something. All three of those boys were busy gaming. They were busy gaming. And whatever went down, those boys had no idea. That's why Candace went in there, act like, and immediately asked where's Summer. You just put her in the house and you're going to ask where she's at. I mean, most parents are just going to assume the child's in there, and it's going to be a minute before they ask, you know, where's so and so. You're not going to come right in the door asking that, and then go all the way to the basement, stand there, and come. And like she said, she wanted to talk to the boys. She came back up the stairs to talk to the boys. No, I thought you went out the back door screaming, hollering, and looking for Summer. I guess you didn't touch that back door because you already knew it was locked. So you came back and Summer hadn't even been there. So you brought that ass back up out of that basement to find out what the boys actually knew and if they realized how much time had elapsed, right? Or seen anything. And when they, you know, when you seen they didn't, you were all good with that. Happy as hell that they didn't know. And then you went on to proceed with your BS-less finder, right? That's
Wait a minute, PG. I thought that was the couch in front of that door. Now, how could have Summer moved a couch
and they don't want to
away
talk
from that door?
They don't want to talk about that couch. They don't want to tell nobody where that couch went to, right?
Because they knew they put Summer in it and hauled it off.
Maybe. I'm not. I don't know. I have no idea. From what I'm hearing Donald say, she definitely was put in a vehicle. From what I'm hearing Grandus say, she was definitely put in a vehicle. Now Grandus is saying Donald is saying he knows for a fact she's put in a vehicle. Grandus is saying Candace stuck her in a vehicle, right?
Jeez.
Hey, Lisa, I'm getting an echo from you,
Yeah.
hon. Did you click out of YouTube? Or do you have a TV in the background playing with us on it?
Yeah, there's a TV in the background in the living room. It's like really loud.
Yeah, that's
But I'm in
probably
the bedroom.
that's what's feeding through.
Hang on, let me turn the volume down and see if that'll work.
I appreciate that, girl.
Did that work? Or you still got the echo?
Nope, it worked. It worked. It must have been the TV. It must have been the TV. You must have had. You must have seen us on the TV set. When we say something, we could hear it again through your thing. We're telling everybody everything twice. Yeah.
Oh no.
Crazy, right? But
right.
That's what I'm talking about. You know, definitely the wells, you know, right now they're just not looking good. They're not looking good. And you know, Steve Wilkos, he'd be more than glad to have them on there, right? I mean,
but what about Maury? Why can't they go on Maury?
No, he don't. You know, he don't know. Steve Wilkos, you know, is ex-law enforcement. He knows exactly what the hell he's doing, and I trust him 150%. I mean, that's that's the only place they're going to clear their name, and they ain't about to go there. And you know,
I'm just puzzled throughout this whole situation because,
and it's free. It's free. They give them, they pay for them to come there. They pay for all the accommodations. They pay for all the meals. They pay for everything. I mean, you pay for nothing. You get a round trip, everything free to go there. I mean, you know, why not go? Why not go, right?
Right.
I mean, now if Donald set it up and he was really going there, hey, I would even be up for, you know, I would even be up for helping supply them some spending money while they're there, if they truly was going. Right?
They'd just buy dope while they were there.
And I'm sure a lot of other creators wouldn't care to help them some spending money to get there, right?
Right.
I mean, we want to see them cleared. We want to see them cleared. So, you know, if he honestly had an appointment to go there and it's been verified, hell yeah. I mean, he ain't only getting a free trip, but they would get, you know, they would probably get a couple $100 free money stick in their pocket for spending cash. You know, people out here really want to know the truth. And, you know, and we're willing to do whatever is necessary to get that truth, right?
Right.
So, there you go.
See, what got me though was, Grandus had told one story, and then she told somebody else another story, and then she went on the news and told half of the same script that Donnie and Candus told.
Right. Right. She went on the news and said that she went in her thing and went to sleep. She said she took a nap.
Yeah.
You know, while Candus was, but nothing happened to Summer, Granny. Why you tell us about your nap? We don't care if you took a damn nap. Supposedly, when you got up from your nap, Summer was still there. So you wasn't asleep when she disappeared, right? Your ass wasn't sleeping when she disappeared. But yet she told a creator that, you know, that Candus was taking Summer to Donald because she was sick and he was going to take her to hospital. And she went in and took a nap, right?
Right.
That's what she told some other creator. And that creator reported it. And, and then she said it was a lie, and some lady hacked her, some friend of hers hacked her account and all this bullshit. And then Donald said, no, that sounds like her. And I got that and reported it. And then she got called back to Tennessee then. Once Donald confirmed that she probably said it. She got her ass called back to Tennessee and re-questioned about all of it. Yep.
Right.
And, so, but with what Donald says, he's definite she was put in a car. And Grandus said that Candus put her in a car. It's all adding up. It's all adding up. And Donald's slip of the lip, it was intended. Let's hear him again. Let's hear him again.
Right.
I can't get enough of this one. I mean, he's real dumb. This dude was real stupid this time, right?
Right.
I already knew that she was put into a car and taken from here.
Yeah.
I knew that from day one.
Oh, he knew it. He knew it. Didn't suspect it, but he knew it. Well, I don't know how you know that unless it was your pre-planned car that she got into.
I knew that from the second that it happened.
But work that day.
Trying to explain that to the police is like trying to talk to a brick wall.
I remember you told me that you had the weird feeling. You want to explain to like the people listening about that weird feeling you had beforehand?
It's not a weird feeling. It's when the angel tells you that something is going to happen to your kid or your daughter, which is what happened to me, and I couldn't explain it, and I didn't understand at the time. But I knew 4 to 5 months prior that something was going to happen to Summer because an angel told me, and not with words. But you can take it for what you want. You can say that if you want to, y'all can just say that I'm crazy, or you can all say that I'm just making up a story.
No, I don't think it's crazy at all.
No, not you, Dolly. I'm just saying your audience can say whatever they want about me. I didn't know it. But not you, sir. But 4 to 5 months prior, something told me that something was going to be happening this summer. And I knew something was going to happen. I asked Candus to please keep a sharp eye on her because something was going to happen.
So, 4 or 5 months prior, he must have heard about something, or discussed something with Candus where Summer was concerned, right? They discussed something. So let's go on to hearing.
Happen. And then that picture that y'all might see on the internet or whatever, where I was holding her when she was sleeping, and I knew something told me at that moment that the time was short at hand. That something.
So this is where they make the decision, right? They're going to carry it out. They've been thinking about it. They've talked about it before. Now they're on board, as you would say.
Whatever was going to happen, it was going to happen soon. And this is probably a week or two prior to her disappearance.
And that's about the time when Dudley said Don was walking around looking like he had lost his best friend. Okay, so Donald, already he didn't like what was going down, but he was willing to let it go down.
And I was crying, and I knew that, and I said, Lord God, please. She was asleep in my arms, and I was like, Summer, I love you. I love you so much. And I just can't believe it. But I knew.
You love her. You loved her so much. No, no. You know, this is the saddest part of the whole fucking thing, right? Is this baby laying in arms that she felt safe and indeed wasn't safe at all. This is the most heinous part of it all. This is the part that sickens the fuck out of me.
The time was short.
Uh-huh.
So the day that she disappeared, and then when I come home from work and I drove to the bottom property and I see my neighbors and my boys searching for her, I knew at that instance that what had been what
had been tended, he's going to say, what had been tended that, you know, him and Candus had already talked about and been talking about. Let's go on in hearing.
was told to me by an angel that I assume was an angel, told me that it had been fulfilled.
It was fulfilled. It was done. When he got there, he knew, you know, it was real. He talked to Candus on the phone and he already knew that it had been carried out. But when he got there, it became real, is what he's saying. It became real at that moment. And when he saw those cops, that's why he went right on by him and down the hill, because that motherfucker was sweating. He was sweating. I'm telling you now.
PG, how did those boys get down the hill? Did they walk?
Yeah, they walked down by the river. Hold on. Hello, PG speaking. Hi, sweetie. How are you doing? I think we do. Do you mind if I put you on live? Okay, I appreciate it.
Still has to do with CPS coming.
You're on live now, hon.
Okay.
This lady said that she believes that, you know, that we have actually hit the nail on the head, is what she's saying.
Yeah, I've been watching this case since day one. They are slimier than slime.
Amen. You got that right, girl.
They are.
They're gutter trash.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And
they're the kind of people that play the system. They're street smart. They know everything about that stuff.
Yep. That they do.
Yeah. But people that have common sense can see right through them.
Amen. Amen.
Not sitting on their channels coddling them. You're not for summer then. How are you for summer? And you're sitting here coddling these two. It's sick.
Mm-hmm.
That would be Miss Daisy.
Yeah, I can't watch. It makes me so sick.
Well, you know, I think they kind of, you know, right now they're doing Miss Daisy. Right now the Wells are doing Miss Daisy the way that they did Cher, the way that they did Benny, the way that they, you know, have done so many other people before those people figured out what real pieces of fucking shit they are, right?
Yep.
So, you know, Mrs. Daisy, like Cher and Benny and and Doug and so many other creators, you know, that the Wells played their fucking games with and did the same shit to. They're going to, you know, and Cam and Allie. I mean, they did it to so many, right? And
saying she's alive and that she's okay. Where is she, Cam? Go get her then.
Exactly.
You know, how stupid.
How you doing, Mary? How you doing, sweetie? I keep telling everyone that I think Donnie sold her. Candus took her to the bottom shed, left her there for the pickup. That's why Donnie went to the shed first to make sure she was gone. And that that could be very possible. Or from what I'm hearing, Candus put her in the car, is what I'm hearing from Grandus, and from what Donald and Grandus is saying, she was definitely made sure she got put into a car. We got to wonder whose car. Donnie was in trouble and owed people money.
I think it was one of their cars.
Why don't you take a link and come up?
It seemed like it's someone else that took her.
Why don't you take a link and come up, Mary? You know, Mary's been getting so much BS. You know,
no reason.
With these people.
Is this the lady that's Donnie's sister? Is this the lady that's Donnie's sister?
Yeah, this is Don's stepsister.
Oh, yeah.
She actually, Mary actually came out, you know, Mary and her sister came out once they figured out that Don has this missing child, you know, because they knew what kind of human Donald was, and they was worried for the little girl. You know, so, and then, you know, now, like, I hear people saying, you know, like tonight, for instance, I was hearing people saying, you know, that Mary keeps talking about it, about, you know, what Pam said to her, and they just want Mary to shut up now about Pam's lies. Okay, Pam's came out here and Pam set the record straight that, you know, she didn't ever say anything like this, and she made Mary into a liar, and she made Lisa into a liar, but Pam's the one that's telling all the freaking truth. Fuck no, because we got two women in two different states saying the same exact thing, along with a ton of other people, Mrs. Pam, that you told this shit to, you know, but we got two credible people from two different states saying you said it. I believe you said it. And you know something? I'm not going to let you come out here and make Mary and Lisa into liars. You're the fucking liar, not them. And why you want to go change your story now, you know, to make Dawn Wells smell like a peach, I don't know. And let's not forget your own daughter went and told Mary's daughter that indeed something did happen. That's why Mary called Child Protective Services on your asses, right?
Yeah.
And you know, and we know that
Margie
happened
hadn't talked to her in about 10 years. Margie hadn't talked to her in about 10 years. Remember, some lady had posted that, what Margie was talking about Donnie and how good he was and all this and all that, and how I'd been in prison several different times while they were growing up. And no, that the Wells family is disgusting. They are surrounded by child sex offenders. You know what I'm saying? It's just disgusting. Pam's son Richard was
Donnie arrested at one point for domestic
violence. You ain't allowed to use the SE word. You got to say SA when you're talking about child sex offenders. You got to say SA on here. But yeah, exactly. You know, and you know, and Candus was wrapped up in that stuff as well. I mean,
and Pam, you know, PG, Pam's son.
I'm bringing you up, Mary.
Was supposed to have molested Margie when she was little, and that's supposedly why he has charges on him too.
Right.
Then
You're on panel, Mary.
Pam's grandchildren were taken away by DHS. 2 different men went to prison for molesting her grandchildren.
Yep, that's true.
And that's fact.
Yeah.
And that's pretty sick.
Exactly. And you know, the problem with all of this is, you know, Candus had herself right in the mix of all of this. Candus gets thrown out with Donald, right? Because she gets caught with Donald doing the dirty. And, you know, so her and Donald go off together and they make this life for themselves out of Utah. Or not Utah, but
Francis
Arkansas.
introduced them. PG Francis introduced them. Pam's daughter, okay?
And then all of a sudden Pam
Got them
comes out.
hooked up.
All of a sudden Pam comes out and says, "Oh, Candace is just like my own daughter, and you know, and I'm perfectly fine with her, you know, being with Donnie." Well, if you're so perfectly fine, Pam, with her being with your Donnie and all of this, then why the hell was Donnie wearing not only hot coffee but the cup as well? Right?
Right.
Why did you say get out of here and take that bitch with you? So, you know, and then all of a sudden they're all goody now, right? Bullshit.
Yeah.
Something ain't smelling right in all of this.
Do you remember, you guys? Do you remember the interview with Dudley when Mount Eagle Lately was at
when they all went out to dinner, right?
Yeah, Dudley was saying that day when Don was at work, that he was like literally in the bathroom, like crying, like he had just lost his bride.
Exactly, that's what I said, and
he had stayed that night there.
And all of this,
refrigerator.
All of this,
he was trying to avoid CPS.
Absolutely, and all of this is adding up.
To that.
Exactly, that's what Mary said. Hey, Mary, someone said, PG, please ask Mary her side again about Margie.
Oh, yeah. I was actually watching a little bit of Tiffany Marie this morning, and she had Margie on there. Well, I think it was a recording, actually. And,
right, it was.
You know, I don't know. I want to kind of set it straight. It kind of bothered me, but, you know, I never did say that Donnie molested Margie. Never did say that. You know, is what I said was I was told
by Pam
that somebody was molesting Margie, that actually, you know, Margie told them that her dad was touching her, okay? And she was only probably about 5 or 6 years old at the time, maybe even 4. So, I mean, what do you do? Do you, when you get that kind of information, do you just say, oh, well, let's just not let anybody know about this and just forget about this? Or do you say to yourself, well, should I call CPS? Should I report what's going on? You know what I mean? So, you know, a lot of people are like kind of coming after me, but it's like, I'm not going after Margie, and I never did say that Donnie molested her. I just said I had information, and I thought I was doing the right thing by calling CPS and reporting it. Isn't that what you do?
Absolutely.
You know?
And not only that, but didn't Pam tell you that Donnie was doing these things?
Yes, she did.
That's what she told me too.
Yeah.
She told Lisa. She told Lisa in Arkansas. She told you in Utah.
She sure did.
Yeah. So,
you know, and why do you think she's lying now, Mary?
I don't know.
To cover Donnie?
Well, not only that, Pam lies a lot. Okay.
She
I mean,
does.
Pam has lied. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, for instance, she actually told me that she had kids from Eddie Rabbit. It's like, are you freaking kidding me? You know what I mean? So she's like, I mean, just, outlandish stuff like that. It's like, really, Pam? So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just
Wow.
crazy.
Unbelievable. What do you think about Donald
Mhm.
slicking the lip? Did you hear the recording? Did you hear him say what was intended or was getting ready to say tended?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, that's, oh my gosh, and I mean, at the very start, I always thought that maybe he had sold her because I really do think he came to Utah to try to get money from my dad. Donnie needed money for some reason, like a lot of
Right.
money, okay? And I think he was in trouble. Even our dad said he thinks that Donnie got messed up with a gang or the wrong people and he owed them money. So, I mean, and that's Donnie's MO. He has always ripped people off, sold things to get money when he needed his drugs. And same with little Donnie when he went down on 25th Street here in Ogden, trying to sell little Donnie for money for drugs. He was
Right.
He
that
did that
messed
in
up. He was so
Arkansas too.
messed up, right? And Donnie just, I mean, don't get me wrong, he's a normal guy when he's not on the drugs, okay? So, but it's just, I feel like people need to know his past.
People need
So,
to know who he is. He hates
yeah,
Donald and Candus hate the evil side of them being exposed
yeah,
because they want to try to suck people in and use them up as much as they can, you know, before they want to suck people in, chew them up, using
yeah,
them as much as they can before they spit them out, right? And they get a real kick
yeah,
out of doing it. And that's what I'm afraid of right now is they're doing Miss Daisy the same way they've already done so many others and cracking
well,
up and laughing about it. You
yeah,
got a missing 5-year-old child. You don't play fucking games the way they're playing games.
you
That's
don't,
unnatural. I don't care what
yeah, who
anybody
does
says.
that?
That shit is unnatural.
Right.
There's something
Yep.
sinister about that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
See,
Yep.
Pam said that she had to keep a close eye on Margie because Donnie was molesting Margie.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what she
That's
said.
exactly what she said.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, a lot of people can diss on me and say, oh, I'm doing this or doing that or, trying to be mean. That's not the
Well, I'm going to tell you
case.
something. They have no right being mean. You came out for Summer's sake. One of the first to come out for her
Yeah.
sake.
Yeah.
You even had Donald. I mean, you even had Donald admitting, having no problem admitting to, some of the gross things he done, to your younger sister. And
Right.
I mean, and it's like, how much more does people need to know and see you know, to understand what they're dealing with? What more do you need to see? I mean, and then people say, "Oh, Candace cried real tears." Well, you know what? She was crying real tears when she called Mary up, saying Donald was in
Oh, yeah.
jail, that they took him
Oh, yeah.
away, You know, this bitch is an actor, man. She can cry at the drop of a hat, right?
Right.
She turns that shit
Yes.
on like a water faucet, on and off,
Yeah.
on and off. And I,
Oh
you
my
know,
gosh. I felt,
I wouldn't believe it, but I seen it myself. I mean,
yeah.
Grizel, I appreciate that. God bless. Amen. I so appreciate the support for this channel. God bless.
Yeah, I felt so
But
bad for her when she called me that night. I don't know. You know,
right,
even though Donnie's a piece of crap, you know, I felt really bad for Candus that night that she called me. And yeah,
right,
it's just I don't
right.
you know, I never did understand why they did that to me.
I can tell you why. Because they called me. They wanted me to call you and say I was law enforcement. I was like, oh hell no, I'm not. You know,
Right?
you don't do that. But
Right.
they gave me your phone number and everything, and I was like, nope. And then I don't play them kind of games. I said, why did you do that? And because it was funny. Because it was
Yeah.
funny. They just wanted to be mean, right? They're evil.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yep.
They're evil. And then
Yep.
the final straw for me is, when he laughed about, he was telling me about actually Andy. At the time, I didn't know that it was Andy and Jody Sue. But he
Right.
told me that this man across the road from him has a wife, and he's threatening to put her in a nut house if she don't cooperate with him, give him a divorce, and do what he wants her to do. And I said, well, what is she doing? And he's like, yeah, what he wants her to do, and I was like, wow, you sound
Right.
happy about that. He's like, no, no, no. And then he tried to get I really feel sorry for Sissy. And I'm like, no, dude, you were just fucking laughing about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I was like, you people are evil. You're like super freaking evil. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I can't even go along
See,
with
and
this.
that's the side of Donnie that people don't see, you know, and Donnie puts on this persona
Right.
of being this good guy that
Mm-hmm.
he does no
No, and then he calls
wrong
you
and
up. He calls you up
yeah,
behind the scenes and says, "Watch what I do to somebody. I'm going to be doing this. I'm going to be doing that. Ha 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 ha." And then after he does it,
right,
he calls up and he's like, "Did you see that?" And it's like, and
right,
Candus is laughing in the background with him, and it's like, I mean, they got some sick fucking bonding going on, right?
right,
I'm like,
yes,
whoa,
yeah,
I can't be part of this one. I'm sorry, but this is, you guys got a 5-year-old missing daughter, and Candace is telling me, no, sissy, no, it's not about her. And I'm like,
it's all about
How
her,
is it not about her?
right, yeah, it's all about her,
she said
yeah,
it was about her and Donnie. It's about her and
yeah,
Donnie. That's what
yeah,
she told
and
me.
But
that's
And
how is
all,
it
I
not
was my
about
witness.
Summer?
She
yeah,
said it wasn't about Summer. All she wanted was just her and Donnie. No kids, no anything, just her and him.
right.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like she got her wish.
Put Summer to the side and worry about her boys.
Exactly. She said, and she didn't say
Mm-hmm.
worry about my boys. She said, because my boys are still alive and they're still here.
Yes.
Summer would be
Yes,
with
oh my
me
God,
from now.
right?
Summer always be
Yeah.
with me. Ain't that what you said? Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm,
Yes.
You're
I
so
mean,
yeah.
she, like Donald with the resurrection, she buried her
Yeah.
child right then and there.
Mhm.
She buried her child. She let us all know
Yeah.
that Summer's no longer with us. And
Yeah.
and I am not going to stand there and take up for these kind of people. I mean,
Right.
I'm going to tell you something. I am not for sale. I am not for sale.
Yeah.
Fuck click likes and views. Fuck super chats and super stickers. Fuck money altogether. I'm telling you right now, I am not for sale. I am not going to sell my freaking soul to the devil,
right.
being against a baby, being against a 5-year-old baby that needs to be found, brought home, and justice gotten for, I am not going to freaking do that. I am not going to sit there and worry about click, likes, and views and kiss the devil's ass, because when you have Candus and Don Wells on your panel and you are sucking their fucking ass, you know what? Do what you need to do, but I'm going to let you know right now, you're going to be answering to God. You're going to be answering to God for that shit, right? Because you know, what kind of devils you got on there, and you only got on there for the click, likes, views, and the money and everything. And you know, it just is what it is. And I'm not going to be a part of that. When I get to heaven, God, I'm going to tell God I didn't have no part in that one, and He's going to say, "Good job."
Right.
You know, no, thank you.
Yeah.
No, thank you, man.
Yeah,
I don't want nothing to do
and
with
you know them, all them ladies over there and all the people over there that are for Donnie. I mean, that's fine. They can be for Donnie. You know.
I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to turn on Miss Daisy, because that's what Donald wants people to do, so they can laugh and they can, you know, Daisy to me is like family. That woman, her and her sister are like my family, and I will not turn on them for no fucking Don and Candus Wells. Now, Miss Daisy, you know, is getting hypnotized by, you know, Donnie's bullshit. Let's talk about God. Let's talk about my work. Let's talk about my boys. Let's talk about, you know, all this bullshit. But let's not talk about the timeline. Let's not talk about June the 15th. Let's not talk about, you know, I can't answer that. I'm at work. And Candus just don't want to answer it because she feels like she don't have to. You know, and it ain't because she feels like she don't have to. It's because this fucking bitch don't even know how to make up the timeline. And she is scared that she can't give him a timeline because she feels right now that that's the only thing keeping her ass out of prison anyway, right?
Because there's almost 4 hours missing.
There is 3.
PG, did you hear that?
Like 3 something?
There's 3 hours missing. 3 hours missing. Yeah. 3 whole hours.
Did you hear that? Margie said that she hadn't seen Donnie in like 10 years. Well, wasn't Donnie just in Springdale not long ago?
Yeah, he said she lied.
With his daughter?
She lied because he said that he just came back from her house, right? When he was out of town working.
Right. That's exactly what he said.
Exactly.
So how could have it been 10 years since she's seen him?
I don't know. But she had him. He said that he was at her house visiting her and the grandkids, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Just recently. Yeah. When he was doing those lives outside of some hotel room.
Yeah.
Margie's married to one of those people too.
Isn't her husband's name something weird? Like Demon or something? I don't know. That's what I heard.
I don't know what his name is.
I don't know.
I ain't never seen him.
Yeah. You're not missing much.
Yeah.
But whenever the last time I seen Margie, she was pregnant, okay?
Right.
But when she first had, the first child she had, which was Johnny, she was living with Donnie and Pam, and she was like 16 years old, and the guy was like 20-something years old.
Yeah.
And his name was Randy.
Right.
Now, why would Donnie and Pam let a 20-something-year-old man move into their home with their 15, 16-year-old daughter?
Right now, she's with Voodoo.
Yeah, Voodoo.
He's with Voodoo.
Yeah. Now, now I don't know. Did she have her first son taken from her?
No, she's still got Johnny.
Oh, does she?
It was,
okay.
It was the older daughter that had her 2 children taken for.
Yeah, that was Frances.
Frances is the one that lost her 2 children due to 2 different men sexually molesting them. One was some
Oh, okay.
old guy they got at a church, and the other one was the man she was with at the time doing it.
Right. Mm-hmm.
That was disgusting, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
how Candus ended up moving in with Pam and Donald.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was
Well, now
right
I
after
wonder.
Francis's kids were taken.
Now, did Candace know Pam or something prior to?
Yes, lived in her house.
Yeah, she knew Pam.
Yeah, she was
Really?
living with Pam and Donald.
Oh.
Yeah.
Pam and Donald took her in.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they met her through the older daughter.
Oh, okay. All right.
Mhm. And then Pam was in the house making coffee. She comes out with some coffee on the porch, and catches Don and Candace getting down.
Oh,
Yeah, doing the
okay.
dirty. And
Right.
Pam threw the coffee on him. And then, well, she actually threw the whole coffee cup and everything at him, and smacked him with it,
Right.
and told him for him to get out of there and take that bitch with you. Talking about Candace. And I guess he
Mhm.
did.
Yep.
And they've been together ever since.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Right.
And now she's all fine with everything, and Candace is like her daughter. Right.
Right. Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Somebody was asking in the
I
chat
seen
if
Pam a couple of years ago, and she was still whining about Donnie.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Somebody
was
was asking
in
what
the chat if Pam had fostered, because I guess she told somebody or something that
she has 15
she'd
kids.
fostered like 21 kids or God,
Yeah.
I don't know how
Yeah.
many
I don't
kids.
believe that.
The number
She said
changes, but
she said
no,
she
how-
had 15.
okay, for one thing, there ain't nobody in the state, in any state, in the system that's gonna give somebody like Pam kids to foster. Really? Well, she was
I
homeless
think she
when
found them
Donnie
off
met
the
her.
street, Mary.
Right.
I really
right,
do. I
right.
think she
Well,
brought
I guess,
these people in off the street because her
right.
and
I
Donnie
guess she
would do
could have
the
done
same thing
that,
Donnie
but
and Candace does and move those homeless
right.
people in. And that's
Mhm.
why Pam adopted all those people that come off the street like that.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So she just basically
Mhm.
kind of took them in. Yeah. Because I was going to say, there
Yeah.
ain't nobody in the state that I know of that's going to let her foster kids, you know? So, yeah.
Match made in the trailer park. Molly, you're silly.
What did you say, PG?
Said that's what you call a match made in the trailer park. Wolf Angel says, "Thank you, Mary. God bless, and thank you for sharing your recipes with us. Let's bring summer home. Amen. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you know, it's not. I got to tell you, Mary, I'm so sorry to see these people attacking you. You know,
Yeah.
it's not righteous. It's not righteous any way, form, or how.
Right.
That they're doing this. You know, you fell victim to this shit not once but twice.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
you fell victim, you know, to Donald and his shenanigans when he was living in, you know, with you guys, your dad and your mom and all of you living together. You fell victim once with him doing the dirty things that he, you know, was doing, trying to rule the roost and mistreat you and your sister and everything. And then you lost, you know, they trying to make you lose a battle again. You didn't lose it, but they're trying to make you lose a battle again once
Yeah.
you came out here now. And, you know, and this telling what, you know, the truth of what you was told and you heard and everything. And then Pam comes out here trying to turn you into a liar. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
when are they going to stop victimizing you? When are they going? You are a victim. You are a victim to all of this. You know, I really, you know, couldn't overly see that, I guess, because I was so blinded. I felt like Summer got put in the background, and I was so angry with Chris because I felt like, Chris M gave Donald something to put all the focus on, because he had already, he called me and asked me about, the statues and everything. And I said, well, when, the limitation, because the new statue had been put in place. And I said, no, the old statue holds up under that law.
Right.
So, but he was still nervous. And so I called up there in Utah, spoke with a, top-notch attorney, and gave him his number. And once he was 100% sure that, there was nothing that could be done under that statue running out, he absolutely used that case to put his own daughter in the background. He would rather talk about because he knew that wouldn't put him in prison. And it took the focus off of him and Candus when it came to Summer. And and that's why I came out on Ziggy's, because then he was throwing the yellow car under the bus when law enforcement done told him that yellow car was cleared, but he had nothing. Mm-hmm. And I watched him throw it out there. I said, why did you do that? Why did you do that? That car's already, been cleared. And he just didn't have an answer, and I knew why he did it. Because anything to keep the focus off of, because he was being asked questions about Summer and he didn't want no focus on him and Candus. So he brings the yellow car up that night. Mm-hmm. And, I started to realize what he was doing in all of these different, areas, and how he, they was playing their sick games, and how he, he just wasn't the fucking person. He wasn't this Christian person that wanted to talk about God and going to church and really working hard and trying to take care of a family and everything. He was a freaking drug head.
Yeah.
Him and Candus were alcohol and substance abuse users, literally, putting their children through hell. The children were getting nothing because they were taking it all for their habits. And it was horrible. And him and Candus were just, they cared about no one. I don't even think they care about each other. They just stay with each other because I think nobody else will have them. They're nasty.
Right.
And it was bad. It was bad. And, I really, I was really upset that Chris gave him, kind of gave him that out there. And, but, it wasn't Chris's fault. I owe Chris an apology. I owe him an apology because it wasn't his fault. That was Donald. That was Donald taking what Chris had found out about him and using it. Donald's the one that was using it. No one else. He was, to take the focus off of him and Candus. Yep. He wanted to talk about anything but that. And he was using Mary and Jeannie and Chris and all of them to do that with. And, I was blaming the wrong people. And it took me a while to see that, I'm not perfect, man. Yeah. I'm not perfect, Yeah,
it's okay.
And I absolutely apologize for that. And, to see you become a victim again, as in them trying to make you a liar, that ain't going to happen, girl. Because I'm going to let you know right now. We know the truth. We know both of you ladies were told these things by that woman. And why that woman's all of a sudden, became, this brown tongue butt licker to Don and Candus Wells, I don't know. I have no idea, but you know what? That's their problem, right? They're not for Summer. And if they're not for Summer, then they ain't gonna ever come here, because this
Mhm.
particular YouTube was put together by God for Summer, and by God it's going to stay put together by God for
Yeah.
Summer. And you know, anybody that ain't for her is not welcomed on this panel, and I'll be the first damn one to tell them so. Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I am truly sorry, Mary, that they're trying to do this to you. You know, I was over at Miss Daisy's tonight, and you know, I took up for you. I took up for you. You know, I felt the hate on my back, but I had to take up for you because you know it's only righteous thing to do. Like I told them, this lady lied to you, and how do they think that made you feel? How do they think that, you know,
Right.
that made you feel? Because if
Right.
she was indeed lying to you about Donald, that was just making you have more hate on Donald than you already did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know? And that
Yeah.
made you a victim. Because, you
Yeah.
know, your guys' relationship was already strained enough. It didn't need her fucking lies to be even more strained. Right?
Mhm.
Pam doesn't
Yeah.
know how to tell the truth,
Yeah.
though.
You know, she don't. Pam don't tell the truth. She don't. You know. I mean, anything that even comes out of her mouth, you can't believe because it's just.
No,
she's
but you know
always been
what?
like that, you know?
That little girl telling someone else about someone else in your family about her daddy doing this made you a believer.
Right.
Because, you know,
Yep.
it came out of the child's mouth as well. And you called Child Protective Services because you felt there was a need to do that when a child's making that kind of accusations, and you did what was righteous.
Well, yeah, you know, I mean, that's what I was thinking today.
And for someone to set, you know, and set to put you, someone sitting there putting you down, hon, when you done the right thing for the child in order to kiss ass with the whales, that upsets me.
Yeah.
That upsets me.
Yeah. Yeah.
People need to get real. They need to open their eyes and they need to see the whales for exactly what the whales are. A big pellet.
Well,
Freaking shit.
that's exactly, and you know, it's like when all this stuff came out, you know, about Donnie and Candus and everything, and the way they were living and how they were treating the kids and all that, and it's just the only thing that ran through my mind was like it's Donnie and Pam all over, you know, and
absolutely.
I mean, you know, it's just, it's terrible, you know. I mean, what else do you do when you see stuff going on like that, you know? Do you not call CPS? You know, what do you do? You know, do you just sweep it under the rug and say, okay, fine? You know, because there was
No.
many times that I called CPS on them, not just once.
You don't sweep it under the rug. You see something, you say something. And you know something? You was doing that, girl. You was doing that when that wasn't even cool yet. You was doing it when it wasn't even, you know, cool. There was no awareness to it at all. But you know what? You were still doing it. You were doing God's will, not, you know, the devil's. If you was doing the devil's will, you would have kept your mouth shut. It seemed like it's nobody's business and done nothing. But you done all you could because you love those children. You absolutely love those children. I think someone was trying to come up. I didn't see you, so I'm thinking someone disappeared in my back chat. If you want to take the link and come back up, please do. I'm sorry. I have so much content up tonight that that I wasn't able to see the lower level where you were in the chat. So it's not, I'm not being rude.
I can let you go to it, so someone else will call.
Okay, sweetheart. I appreciate you calling in. Much love. God bless. Much love. All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
She was a sweet lady. Very sweet.
Yeah.
I wish all my phone calls was like that, right? I really do.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
yeah, and like Candus didn't want to come up on chat when up on the panel when I was there. She waits till I leave, right? That coward
Yeah.
waits till I leave to come up there and run her freaking mud flaps on me. Are you kidding me? Shut the
Right.
hell up.
Yeah.
Go take a fucking bath. Right?
Yeah.
Take
Yeah.
a shower for once. I promise you probably
Yeah.
won't melt. Then again, I don't know.
Isn't that just so funny the way, I don't know, the women that Donnie picks? It's just, it's totally unreal. But I guess who else would have him, right?
Donald swears, and I promise you this, he really does. He swears that if Candus took a shower, she'd be probably about 10, 15 pounds lighter.
Wow. Right? Oh my goodness.
God.
He doesn't ever take a bath. That's what he tells people.
Yeah.
That's what he tells people. That's disgusting.
Yeah. Well, I know that
PG
I know
Donnie's gained a lot of weight.
Has he?
Yes.
USA girl says Mary wasn't the only one calling CPS on them. I bet she wasn't. I bet she wasn't. And I'll tell you another thing. Allie wasn't the only one calling them in Tennessee either. There was a lot of people, neighbors and other people were calling Child Protective Services on them.
Right.
We heard Fred Hill say that he went up there when those kids were smaller and they were laying on mattresses in that basement. And so malnutrition, they couldn't hardly get up or move around due to lack of food. And him and his wife went and got food and stuff and started bringing it there just to build those children up so they would be able to live a normal lives. So, they had these children in the basement starving them then.
Yeah.
Didn't they lock them in the basement?
According to Fred Hill, that's what he said.
Really? Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past Donnie to do stuff like that. He's, a lot of people think, and I don't know why, that he's this good guy and stuff. He's not.
Oh God, he's not.
No.
He's not. I'm going to tell you something. Don Wells is dangerous. He is dangerous. I'm going to tell you that right now. He has definitely got two whole different people in his ass, right?
Right.
I mean, totally two people.
Yeah.
He shows this one side that, God-fearing, trying to be truthful, real kind, real nice, soft-spoken. And then he's got this other side that is, oh my God, you don't even want to meet. It's horrible.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And he has this way of getting people to feel sorry for him. And I think that's what's going on over there at Daisy's channel.
Well, I think he also, a lot of women think, oh, Don is this, drywall person. He works these long hours, makes this big money. I'm going to tell you exactly what you got in Don Wells. It don't matter how much money Don Wells makes, and it don't matter how much you make. Don Wells his habits will drain the bank account. He will drain the bank account. If you think any woman thinks that, Don's going to be a good man. I mean, if Don found anything else, he'd be gone from Candus as well. If he thought he could find anything that would keep him, Candus would be setting that ass alone. Trust and believe me. She really would.
Oh, yeah.
He's looking to straighten up. Don's not looking to straighten up.
Margie, from what I heard today, right out of her mouth, she said Donnie wasn't around too often. And she said that he would go on his drug binges every Friday.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And he hasn't changed. He has not changed.
Right.
He still
You
goes on
know,
his drug binges.
I'm going to tell you something. My mother used to warn me about alcoholics. She said that
Right.
my mom told me that she actually knew women that stood outside the bar, that would stand outside the bar because the woman knew her husband. That's where he was heading with you after his payday. That bar was going to get his
Right.
payday. This woman would be waiting. These wives would be waiting at those bars for him to come down through there so that they could take money from him for to buy their groceries and be able to keep up the household before he went in that bar and spent it all. And they had to worry that if he went to a different bar, then the payday's gone and they went hungry all week. They had nothing. My mother always told me, you do not want an alcoholic. You will not have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of.
Yeah.
That's what I was told. And
Well, that's the way it is with alcoholics.
it's the truth.
So,
I steer clear of alcoholics, but a lot of people didn't. Like I said, I
Right.
had a girlfriend that looked like she could be a model. God, was she beautiful. She had the most beautiful dark hair. I mean, she reminded me of Snow White. She was just gorgeous. And she got with a guy and he had habits and stuff like that. And, started, got her into the habits. And before you know it, he was selling her out, having her sell herself. And, and no matter how much you tried to talk to her, you just couldn't get through to her. And, she ended up dead, right? She ended up dead. And she left 4 babies behind. Man, that really hurt me. That really hurt me, man, to lose her because, I seen all the things she could have been in life. And she got with that guy and ended up being nothing, nothing but cold and stiff and in a grave. It's like, what a waste, right? What a waste in life.
Yeah.
And this happens to so many people, so many people. What I'm saying is Don's first wife had nothing with him. Candus has had nothing with him. And anything else he got with is going to have nothing with him as well. Because you know what? He is a nothing.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is. And people got to quit looking at him like some kind of rock star and wanting to take up for him and everything. No. What you need to do is get this mother freaker to talk. Right? Because when they talk, we figure out what's going on. Just like his slip of the lip right there. Right?
Yeah.
That's what we need. Because you know what? This is about Summer. This missing little girl is not about the fucking Wells.
Yeah. Yep.
And you have these people, keeping them from talking. They want to say something and they interrupt or they cut them off, to protect them so that we can keep them on our panel. That's bullshit. You ain't for Summer when you do that. You're for yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're not for Summer, Mary. They're for them.
Yep. Yeah.
They're for those click, likes, and views. That's what they're for. And it sickens the fucking hell out of me. Don't tell me you're for that little girl, man, because you're not.
Can you flip that light off, please? Sure. Come on.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I was wanting to watch it light now.
Yeah.
Sorry, PG, I got distracted.
Yeah, that's what Donald said. Candus had never been with any men before me. I was like,
well, didn't she have kids before him?
Exactly. Exactly. I mean,
y'all should have seen Joe John, the trashy looking guy that drug up out of the woods.
Yeah,
he was like funky looking.
Earth to
He's the
Donald.
one that overdosed on drugs, and they
Right.
found him dead.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Do
Yes,
tell,
ma'am.
girl. Do tell. What was his name?
Joe John.
Oh.
wow.
The guy was homeless. He lived in the woods in a tent. Okay. Well,
Oh my
him
God.
and Candus have been together for a while, and then he moved in with some girl, and the girl found him dead because she said he had a whole bunch of patches that was on a table by him, and that he put all those patches on there on his body,
Oh.
and it killed him.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
the girl found him dead the next day.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And you know, Allie said that she got a homeless guy in the car with them. Allie was afraid, told her don't be picking him up. She picked him up anyway, takes him right up to the house with, you know, with the children and everything. They like unsafe as hell, right? They be
Wasn't that the
Yeah,
one
that's
that Candus
crazy.
told what happened
You
to
don't
Summer?
know.
And then they bring Jose up there, and this guy even admits he's having, you know, mental issues and everything,
Yeah.
but he isn't mentally stable to be around really no one. And they got him sleeping in the basement, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
They're crazy. I'm telling you now, they are like seriously. I mean, they was putting their children in danger in so many different ways. It was pathetic.
Yes.
You know, and then expect, you know, everybody to shut up so they can get the boys back. Are you kidding me? No. The boys need to stay where they're at. They need to stay where they're getting 3 meals a day, snacks, clean beds, good education, and learning that there's a better life than 110 Ben Hill Road.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yep. Yep, for sure.
I bet
And
you.
why was Robin taking pictures of the basement where Donnie had redone the whole basement down there, and they were carrying in a dresser, and Candus was standing by Robin's little girl? Why would Robin ever have her children around Donnie and Candus? Does she not know that that girl will probably be next that comes up missing? Really?
They said, ask Mary what she thinks happened. I don't know about that, Robin. To be honest with you, I think she's the whole freaking Happy Meal short of a Happy Meal. Right? That's just my opinion, you know. Something ain't fucking right there. Something really isn't right in her head. You know, she is the true meaning of a dingbat, if you ask me.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. But like I said before, you know, I think Donnie has I think they both had something to do with it, you know, because they know. They know where she is. Why do you think they're not looking for her? Why do you think they're not putting posters out for her from the very beginning?
Why do you think they try to stop the billboard? And why do you think, you know, that they didn't want the reward fund? They even tried to get it shut down. Matter of fact, that's what they went to court for and let it be taken. Because if they can't get it in their bank account, they don't want it. They want nothing that's going to help find or get the truth for Summer. Because then people would start seeking, you know, the truth out of them, right? And they don't want people pressuring them. Like Candus, you know, she literally lied. Did you see where she said on Miss Daisy's tonight that about law enforcement, how she's cooperating and all? And then Ronnie Lawson said, no, they're not cooperating. Liars.
Yep. I actually seen a news thing from the news, and Ronnie Lawson was on there. I believe this was 2 days ago. And he said they're still not cooperating with them.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're not cooperating at all. And you know why they're not cooperating? Because they're guilty as hell. if Summer was to be
Yeah.
found right now, in my opinion, if Summer was found right now, their asses would be arrested. There you go.
Yes.
Mhm.
They better hope that that baby ain't ever found. But you can still be
Yeah.
prosecuted anyway without a body.
Yes, you can. You sure
And,
can.
Yep.
Ron might just prosecute their asses, especially with
Yep.
that little slip of Don's lip, because he said what was intended.
Yep.
What was intended. So that means it was premeditated. They knew beforehand
Yep.
what was going to go down.
Yeah.
And
Hey, Mary.
Yep. Yeah.
If he could have done that to Summer, if he could have got rid of Summer like that, why did he not try that with Margie?
Well, actually, I had heard that he had tried with Margie. Both Margie and Donnie. I had just known about the one with Donnie. But I had heard that he had also
Right.
tried that with Margie, which I didn't know. So I don't know. But that's just hearsay. So I don't know,
Right. Well, I do know that he was telling, Pam was telling people that Donnie was molesting Margie, and he tried to sell little Donnie when he was younger. He was like maybe 5, 6 years old, something like that, 4 or 5 years old. And he tried to sell little Donnie.
Yep.
Yeah, because they owed a drug deal.
Yep.
And Pam put a stop to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's another thing. She tells Allie on the phone, she's hiding inside the house from law enforcement, right? And she tells Allie on the phone that I got to go to bed because I got to be up tomorrow to go take, to the police station. And then tomorrow comes, right? Tomorrow comes and they have to send a freaking cruiser out to pick her ass up because she wasn't going to the police department, right? She sends Grandus and Donald, and she's going to stay home and avoid the freaking lie detectors test. How's that go?
Yeah.
And then when they got there, because they hadn't had time to, research how to pass it, when they got there, Donald's falling asleep, conveniently falling asleep where he can't take it. And she's having a fit, hollering, "No, I'm being tortured here. I'm being interrogating. It starts ripping the things off her fingers so that she don't have to take it. Why? Because they all needed to research how the hell to try to pass it. And I still don't think they passed it. Because if they would have really passed
I don't either.
If they would have really passed it, I think law enforcement would have cleared them.
Yeah.
Law enforcement has not cleared them at all. They're suspects. And Ronnie Lawson said that himself, right?
Yeah.
They're all suspects.
Yeah.
And they're not kicking in anybody else's door. They're not knocking at anybody else's door. They're not trying to get a hold of no one else but the Wells.
Right. Yeah.
So what did
and I
that tell
also
us?
thought that I had heard from law enforcement that they weren't cleared with their the lie detector test. They didn't pass them.
Oh,
from what I was told. So
I didn't think they did. I didn't think they did.
Yeah. See, it's just Donnie's word is what everybody's taken Donnie's word for it.
Exactly.
But I had heard that the law enforcement said that no, they did not pass their lie detector test.
Yeah, that old nasty Candus was up on panel tonight. And you know what? When I got down, she wouldn't ever dare come on that panel with me there, right? She wouldn't ever dare. Right. I was asking her ass about that timeline between 3:15 and 6:30 when police was called. She don't want to talk about that. Donald don't want to talk about it either.
Not. Nope.
And it's funny that Grandus says Candus put Summer in a vehicle and supposedly taking her to Donnie to take to a hospital. Donald says he knows for a fact that Summer's put in a vehicle, so now you got Donald saying, I know for a fact she was put in a vehicle. You got Grandus saying Candus is the one that stuck her in there. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's always truth and lies. Always truth.
Why would they take
Yeah.
her swimming if she wasn't feeling good?
Oh, she was feeling
That
just
don't even
fine.
make any sense.
That video with her pouncing around in that water and everything, Summer was doing just fine. When they got home.
Right, and do y'all notice in that picture, in that video, Summer had one shoe off and one shoe on?
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, go back and watch the TikTok video and look at it, zoom it in, and you'll see that Summer only has one shoe on and one shoe off.
Wow.
I'm going to tell you something. They ain't going to be suing no damn body, because I'm going to tell you what, this is America. And you know what? In America, you get freedom of speech and you get to think whatever you want to think. Nobody can control what you're thinking, and nobody can control, what you say. They are all fucking suspects. And that comes from law enforcement, right? So you know what? They have to have law enforcement before they sue me. There you go, old granny panties, right? Sitting your ass up there. Why didn't you do what was right for your granddaughter? Why didn't you do what was right for your granddaughter that day instead of going to the hospital trying to get yourself some freaking opioids, right? For some bogus ass fucking knee that you had a big knee brace put on, and then a couple of days later, boom, the knee brace is gone. Where would it go? Because I know if your knee was that messed up, old lady, you would have had that knee brace on for months, right?
Yeah.
Who the hell was she
At least
kidding?
a couple weeks.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And she freaking, man, she looked like Forrest Gump taking off running and everything falling off, right? Are you kidding me?
Yep. Yeah.
She gotta be, she's that person with them braces on her legs and jets over the freaking winning line with the braces 2 miles back where she ran out of them. Come on. That old lady ain't kidding nobody. She's just as bad as them.
Is she in chat?
You know that by hearing old Granny's mouth tonight, right? Sitting back there running her mouth. You know why she's running her mouth? Because we have figured out their freaking lies, right? We figured out that, there obviously was a vehicle, and, they had a pre-plan, whatever it was, it took place that day. And, there probably was a vehicle. Candus and Grandus made sure Summer got in it and went wherever it went. There you go.
Yeah.
And that was
But PG, that was text messages between Candus and Hunter around the 3rd, and then it was carried out on the 15th.
I know they still have Hunter's phone. So it's got to have some shit on there that, it's got to have something on there that's bad news to Candus. I don't think it's bad news to Hunter. I think it's bad news to Candus. Candus obviously said something. Text something to Hunter that just wasn't kosher, right? And it's the funny thing is, Donald calls Candus on the phone that day and tells Candus about somebody up there around the property, right? So, obviously, what I always thought that phone call was Donald letting her know the pickups today, right?
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, that's what I've always thought about it.
And I don't know, did you see that Did you see that interview that I had done with Chris? Chris we were on his live and he was asking me, he said, well, what do you think happened, Mary? And I told him, I said, well, I think that they had been trafficking Summer and they took her down to that shed and they done it before, but the people always brought her back. See,
Right.
that's
And you know
why
what?
Donnie keeps saying, somebody took her, because he wouldn't be lying, right?
Nope. Not
So
at
he
all.
keeps saying, okay, somebody took her, but he knows.
Well,
They
he
took
also
her. They just
said,
didn't
you know, how would you feel if you just got her back? Like,
Right.
what?
Right.
And I played
Right.
that to him
Yeah.
out of his own mouth.
Right.
Just got her back.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Where
Yep.
has you been,
Yeah.
Donald? He says, I don't know why I
Right.
said that. I think you
Right.
do.
Yeah, and he didn't remember the one that you just played earlier neither. He forgot all about that too.
Oh yeah. Just slip of his lip.
Right.
Conveniently forgot about that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. He
Yeah.
sure did.
So anyways, after that live, he was so pissed off. Him and Candus were so pissed off at me for saying that they were like threatening to try to sue me or something. And
Yeah.
I mean,
please.
Donnie was screaming bloody murder. I mean, he was so pissed off, you know,
And
and
he
it's
can't
like,
be shit
excuse
because
me,
that's your
Donnie.
opinion.
Right, but 300,000 other people thought the same thing and said the same thing. But why did he get so pissed off and upset when I said it?
Because
Right?
because you know, he feels that you validated it. You know, you made it real. And he
Right.
also knows that, you know, you being, you knowing him and this coming from you is even more validated out here
Yeah.
in the ears and eyes of all the people. So, and he also knew that you had touched on the truth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just like, you know.
Yep, Donnie gets defensive when you tell the truth.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Absolutely. You know, I told him to go to Steve Wilko's show. He told me he would. Take the lie detectors test. I said, and then, you know, that would clear you guys up. We'll listen.
Right.
Hell no, he ain't going to Steve Wilko because Steve Wilko gives drug tests before lie detectors test, right? Steve is
Yeah,
like,
he'll tear him
you,
apart, and Donnie ain't gonna go through that.
Yeah. It's like pissing his cup. We're going to check this, you know, and then you take a lie detector's test.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Donnie don't like that. He don't
Well,
like
there's
that.
a lot of people that's been on there with missing children that's taken a lie detector test.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, and just as many people don't get to sit down as do, right? I love Steve.
Right.
I love that guy.
Oh yeah.
But you know,
I like watching. He gets to the truth, that's for sure.
Amen. Absolutely he does.
Yeah.
Take you through what list? Somebody in the chat's talking about I'll take them through a list. I don't know what list that is. I'm going to tell you something. They won't talk about the timeline. They won't talk about the timeline after they dropped Hunter off. Actually, Don gets quite nasty about that timeline and always has, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, he tries to get by saying, I don't know, Sissy, I wasn't there. I was at work. I mean, you know, I only know what Candus told me.
Right.
And I trust her. I trust what she tells me. I don't know. But then one day he was telling me I'm gonna have to divorce Candus. And I was like, divorce her? Why? And he's like, um, well, I could get, do you think I could get the reward fund if I divorced her? And I was like, I don't think, because I thought he was kidding. And I was like, I don't think you're going to get the reward fund no matter what, because they don't give it to the parents, right?
Right.
You know, they don't, that ain't how it works. And, you know, I was actually laughing. I thought he was joking around. And I'm going to tell you what, that motherfucker was serious. He was serious about, so he had to know. And that told me, you know something, dude, that you feel you can turn on her for. Right? What you know is she's the one that put the kid, she's the one that carried out whatever that plan was. And you felt since she carried it out, you could turn on her and get the reward fund. What the fuck?
Right.
He does not realize that she's going to say, Mr. Officer, it was his plan too. Right?
Yeah.
And then Donald, you're going to get handcuffs. Right?
Yeah.
That's how that shit works. Yeah. Then they both going to be in jail. And old grandma going to be in jail too, because she had her ass there seeing it all.
Yeah.
You
know?
I
think she's covering up for him too. Or she had a hand in it also.
And, you know, grandma, and it's a funny thing, grandma's going to get a lawyer to sue people, but she can't get a damn lawyer to get her grandchildren up out of child protective services. She can't use money. She can't use money to get a decent home to where she could take her grandkids in and raise them, right? She can't. Right. She can't do none of these good things for these grandbabies, but she gonna sue somebody. Come the fuck on, old lady. You know, you evil old piece of shit. Take that to your attorney, because you know what? That's my opinion about you. You're just an evil old piece of shit. Get that. Get that. Write it down. Spell it all correctly. Freaking old hag.
Oh, that's crazy.
Piss me off.
Yeah. Yeah.
We got a 5-year-old missing child. Happens to be her granddaughter. And she ain't spending one fucking dime to find her, is she?
Yeah, she ain't done nothing.
Nothing. Nope. Absolutely nothing. Because you know why? Her old ass knows exactly what happened. Oh, she did something all right. She greased up them fucking old legs of hers and got them the hell off that heel, didn't she? She greased up that ass so she could slide the hell off of there. That's what she did.
As far as I know, she's gone,
that
right?
Old ass so she could slide, yeah. She went to the freaking store and bought all the Vaseline they had in order to grease that ass up and slide the hell off of there, right? Clean to another state. Quick as she could. Yeah. There you go, Grandma. You spent plenty of money to grease that ass up and slide it the hell out of there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't even stay there. You got a missing granddaughter and you didn't even stay there to, to seek and find her. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Your ass looked guilty that day. Her and old Andy across the road, man. I don't know which one of them got gone faster, right? There was smoke coming off their shoes.
Right. Yep.
that old Biddy couldn't pack that shit fast enough. And then she went and sold her stinking camper. Now she's up there living in a shed.
Wow. Yeah. I believe that.
She's out there living in that old damn shed that's supposed to have some cellar underneath it.
Really? Did
what I heard?
Maybe that's where Summer is in the cellar, tied up.
Did they check that?
Yeah, they did. And you know what? Donald said he didn't have the key. You know he did. He said he didn't have the key and made the law enforcement bust it open to get down in there. Mm-hmm. Sure did.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then they were up there making fun of law enforcement. Oh, they checked grandma's something on grandma's camper. And I mean, it's like this little hole. How are you going to fit a whole kid down in there? You know?
The
Right.
sewer,
Um,
the septic tank.
you know,
Mhm.
my thought is that I don't think they were looking for the kid. They was probably looking for maybe some type of weapon or something that could have had some blood on it, because you'd be surprised at how people grab stuff and try to hide it, right?
Right.
And
Right.
so, Granny, don't underestimate law enforcement. They knew what went down when Summer's fingers wasn't on that damn doorknob. When her fingerprints wasn't, fresh prints weren't on that doorknob, they knew right then and there, y'all done fucked up.
Mhm.
They knew she wasn't even in a basement.
Right. Yep.
That's
They-
the dungeon.
Right.
That's crazy.
Do you see that mattress? Man, that mattress haunts
Oh
me.
God, that was
It
gross.
haunts me.
Yeah,
I'm
that was
dying.
gross.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
I got that freaking OCD, man, and that mattress, it just like, whoo. I'm gonna tell you what,
Yeah.
I was changing my kids' bed sheets like daily almost.
Right.
After seeing that, I was really having some OCD over that one. I was like,
Right.
oh my gosh, you know.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm like, make
Yeah,
sure you
that's
guys wear your
bad.
house shoes.
Mhm.
You know, I don't, or at least a pair of socks. Make sure you take them off before you go to bed. I don't want nothing dirty on the sheets. I'm like, oh my gosh, it was crazy. You know, it
Yeah.
was plumb nuts. That was some
Yeah.
scary shit right there.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. That.
And even if they wanted to take it into evidence, they were like, hell no.
Right. Yeah.
Hell no.
No, the whole house was like that.
Hey, I heard they
You
wore
know?
hazmat suits in there to search
Yep,
it.
they probably
That's what I
did.
heard.
They
I
probably
heard
did.
they were
I mean,
geared down from head to toe
yeah.
because of the
You know?
lice and the scabies and all the stuff. Yeah,
Yep. Silverfish, roaches. Yep. Yep.
they freaking rubber gloves, mask, all kinds of shit. It was crazy.
Yep. Sure they did.
That whole house was disgusting.
Yeah. Donnie
And
wants
I
to
mean,
say
it didn't take her long. It didn't take her long to start taking all of Summer's pictures and getting them into an album and tucked away somewhere, giving away most everything she owned, right? Except a box or two that she wanted to keep so everybody could feel sorry for her. Disgusting.
I heard that they sold some of her toys on eBay just to get money. I mean, that's how Donnie is when he wants money. He sells anything and everything he can get his hands on.
Yeah. I heard that she went to churches and they gave the kids, well, we seen pictures, of all these
Right.
Christmas gifts. And then next morning you seen the disappointment on those kids' face because all they got was the garbage and anything that could be sold was, right?
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I ain't ever seen, I have not ever seen kids look like that. I'm not laughing because of the situation. The situation's sad,
Right.
but
It
the
is.
pictures were so cute. The way
Mhm.
those kids were angry, and you could tell it, right? And
Yeah.
I ain't never. No kid should look like that on Christmas morning. None. I mean, that was crazy. But yeah, those kids, boy, I popped the pictures up and they really were like, where the hell are our toys at, right? What happened to all them
Yeah.
big presents?
Right. Mhm.
you know, she
and
took
because of
pictures of
Johnny and
stove.
Candace's greed, you
Mhm.
know,
Right.
their selfishness and their greed. It's
That's what I
really
say.
sad.
You
It's
know?
really sad to watch them kids go through that.
And them kids, you know, I mean, all of this stuff was free for the children. I mean, you know,
Right.
it freed up, but they still wanted more for their habit, right? It's like their habit
Right.
was the more the more they had, the more they spend on it. I mean,
Yeah.
it was crazy. It's not like they had a set budget for their habit and that's it. You know,
Mm-mm. Nope.
unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you're right. People like that will, you know, will beg, borrow, lie, and steal
Mm-hmm.
for everything. You know, I
Right.
think
Mhm.
I think Donald was. I think he was at the beginning. You know, at the beginning, I think he was having second thoughts about whatever went down, and
Right.
I think at that time he could have possibly been broke into telling the truth about everything. But
Yeah.
as time went on, I seen that, you know, he got harder and harder. Um,
Mm-hmm.
you know, because he had so much money and everything coming in from all of these supporters
Mm-hmm.
and everything, to the point that,
Right.
you know, it's
Right.
like there's no way in fucking hell we're telling now. And
Mm-hmm.
you know, so, you know, in that aspect, that's what I'm saying. No one should ever support the suspects. Don't ever support these people that law enforcement's got their eyes on. Because if
Mm-hmm.
they would have broke, they won't break now. You
Yeah.
know, you're hurting the victim. You're not helping that victim. And,
Right.
you know, and I don't understand it out here because I see more support for the suspects than I did for Summer, who was the victim. I seen
Mm-hmm.
people
Yeah.
coddling the
Yeah.
Wells. I see people coddling the, you know, Jody Sue and them bastards. I see people coddling that Fred Hill, and you know, and it's disgusting. It's disgusting to watch that shit,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it makes my stomach turn. It really does. It's like, whoa, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking to myself, these people cannot be that fucking stupid. These people
Right.
cannot be that damn stupid. Maybe they are,
Mm-hmm.
but in my mind, I can't perceive that kind of stupidness.
Right. Yeah. You know, and
And you guys,
they will get caught. They're gonna get caught.
I hope so, Mary. I hope so. Because you know something, Summer
Turn on the
deserves.
other ones. So
She
yeah.
deserves justice. Do you think Donald might tell on his dying bed? Do you think at that point he might do what's righteous for his daughter? You think that at that time he might realize that he's got to
Just
do what's right for his
he,
daughter before
Donnie's
he.
really hard to figure out. You know.
Well, I'm going to tell
I
you
mean, I would
something.
hope that he would tell. I would hope that he would have the guts to, you know, tell what
I hope so
happened.
too.
I would have thought that their conscience would have got to him by now, but I guess not.
No, they're hardcore, man. They are
Yeah,
hardcore. But you know,
yeah,
even if their conscience is getting to them, the fear is going to overpower it of going to prison. Because man, you're going to prison for a long freaking time over this one. a 5-year-old
Right.
baby. Oh wow. I would not want to be
Well,
you.
I would be more fearful of dying and meeting my maker and have to face my
Amen.
maker before I would fear prison.
Amen.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Man, hell's for prison's for a little while, but hell's for eternity.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
God ain't gonna, you know, wow. I mean, Donald gets there, and here's what I picture. Donald passes away. He passes away, and what he's going to see is Jesus standing there with his daughter, the
Yeah.
one he betrayed, just like the bad people betrayed Jesus.
Yeah.
And Donald's just going to drop into hell. They probably ain't even going to be no words. They probably ain't even going to be
Yeah.
no words exchanged.
Yeah. 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 For some reason, Donnie thinks that he's going to be, I don't know how you put it, redeemed by God or something,
Yeah,
That's the
I
way
don't
he
think
acts
so.
anyway. But that's not
Um,
going to happen.
no, it's not, because you know what the Bible says? The Bible says if you know and you do, there is no forgiveness. Some people better
Right.
get in their Bible, because it really says that. If you know better and you did it,
Mm,
you ain't getting forgiveness.
yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
if you mess up, if you slip up and say a bad word, that's forgiven. If you slip up and somebody makes you real angry, and you lose it and you didn't mean to,
Right.
you know, um, that might be able to be forgiven. But
Right.
if you know something, if you planned an attack on someone
Hmm.
prior, prior to going and carrying it out,
Yeah.
you can forget mercy, man, because you ain't
Yeah.
gonna get none. That right
Yeah.
there, the Bible plainly says, mm-mm, nope.
Yeah.
You knew better. You
Yeah.
knew better before you did it. That little Jimmy Cricket, which is the Holy Spirit, told you, oh, you shouldn't do this. Nope,
Yeah.
but you went ahead and stole that candy bar.
Hmm.
You ain't getting forgiveness. That's what the
Right.
Bible says. You knew that you should not do it, and you did it anyway.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
premeditated, and God does not like premeditated.
Yeah.
Now, I read that in the
Yeah.
Bible myself, so
Yeah.
I know it's
Right.
there.
Yeah.
And that's why I tell people, raise your children right. Worry about your child. I mean, I know we worry about a roof over their head, food in their belly, clothes on their backs, but we need to worry
Right.
about their soul, because their soul is going somewhere for eternity. And you have to raise those children the way you want them to go. And I know every parent wants their child in heaven. So raise them
Right.
children with God, right? Raise them with the Bible. Let God
Yeah.
have his hand in that child's life, so that you know that you will be with that child forever one day. We really
Yeah.
need to instill good values in our children. And where are those
Yeah.
good values found? In the Bible.
Yeah. Yeah. That's for sure.
And that's how I know, you know, that's how I know the summer, you know, is with God, and she's with the angels and everything, because little Summer had light in her eyes. If you look at her picture, she was all lit up. She loved church. She loved God. She loved learning about, you know, God's will and God's way.
Yeah.
And I know that, God loved that little girl. He loved her because she
Oh
loved
yeah.
him. And
Right.
she definitely is going to be there for eternity. And if Don
Yeah.
Wells wants to he wants to really see Summer again, he needs to step up for Summer. He needs to step
Well,
up
yeah,
for his
that's
daughter.
yeah. He needs to, like I said before,
Either
he
step
needs
up
to
and go
come
to
out and
Steve
confess.
Wilkos and clear
You know?
himself, or step up
Yeah.
and tell the truth of what happened.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. And if he's covering for Candus, why? Why
I don't
put
know.
yourself through that? You know, just
I don't know.
don't make sense. Yeah.
I have
Yeah.
no idea. But
Right.
he came in my chat under Candace's name and said he still
Mhm.
loves Pam.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, you're using your old lady's freaking account to talk about how you love your ex-wife? That's disgusting.
Right. Yeah. Go figure. God. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. I was like,
Yeah.
exactly. That was,
Right.
kind of freaking weird, right?
Mhm.
Absolutely no Summer, no peace.
Yeah. Yep.
Mary,
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming up here tonight, girl. I really, really appreciate it. And I hope you come up here more often.
Oh
Mary
yeah,
does
you're
have a
welcome.
cooking channel. She has a cooking channel,
Yeah.
and even PG watches that cooking channel. I really do. Watch
Right.
Mary's cooking channel. I love it. Um,
Yeah.
I do. You make all the recipes look so simple, so easy, step by step. It's awesome.
Yes.
And she has
Right.
giveaways. She has quilts and stuff that she auctions off that are really beautiful
Yes.
vintage quilts and things. So I do recommend, everybody to check out. If you haven't checked out her cooking channel, please do, because it is awesome. And you do a
Yep.
great
It
job
sure is.
with your cooking
Thanks,
channel.
Sissy. Thank you so much. And yeah, I'm gonna let you
And
go now. I think it's
yeah,
past my bedtime.
I that's what I was thinking. I'm keeping everybody up, and um, I've been keeping everybody up, and
Right.
I have to,
Right.
I had to go check on my daughter a couple of times tonight, and um, so I gotta get some
Mhm.
sleep. I gotta get some sleep too.
Right.
And
Yep.
tomorrow is Sunday, ladies. Tomorrow is Sunday. There is church tomorrow morning, church tomorrow evening. Please,
Yep.
please make it to church. If you don't make it to church, at least get up tomorrow morning singing some hymns from some good old fashioned hymns. Get up with happiness, kindness, love in your heart. Let God know that you love Him, and you guys know that God loves you. That's
Yep.
what it's about, right? Every day should be
Yep.
Sunday. Every day should be
Yeah.
Sunday, but tomorrow is
Yep.
Sunday. So, as I said, get up, make sure that you just dance for the Lord, sing and dance for the Lord. Have a beautiful Sunday, right?
Yep.
It's the day for
Yep.
church, and if you're not going to be in church, I know that church ain't for everybody, you know, and there's only really one church, right? That's
Yep.
God's church. It's the Church of Christ,
Yep. Right.
and
Yep.
and that's what we all need to understand. It ain't about these different buildings that we go to. It's about one church, all of us believing in the same God, the same
Yeah.
Jesus, the same Holy Spirit. That is what unites us all together as one big family. That's
Yep.
how we become one big family. We're all brothers and sisters, no matter what
Right.
denomination we want to call ourselves. We
Yep.
are family. We are family. So
Yep.
get
Sure.
up and make sure you dance and sing for the Lord tomorrow, like David did,
Right.
right? Even his
Yep.
wife got jealous. His wife got jealous because he was dancing for the Lord. Let us dance for
Yes.
the Lord too. Just keep those
Right.
prayers going
Yep.
up for little Summer. Keep the prayers going up for
Mhm.
little Summer, because you know what? God's going to answer. He's already pulling things to the light, right? Trusting God.
Yeah.
Trusting God works
Yes,
miracles.
I believe so, you know, and I also think everything happens for a reason. So, you know, and
Amen.
I think she's gonna be found, and I think it's getting close. So, yeah,
Amen. I do too, Mary. I do. I honestly
yeah,
believe. I believe God's going to pull this one to the light because there's so many prayers going up for this baby. So many people love her,
right,
and God
yeah,
loves us. As I said, He loves us, and we want the truth. We need the truth, and we're seeking the truth. And God
yes,
is the truth. He's going to let us know, and it's on His
right,
time. But like you
yep,
said, we're getting so close, and so keep those prayers going up. Keep them going
hmm,
up. Um,
yep,
Absolutely. And like I said, make sure you get over there and see Mary's cooking channel. Um, God bless you, Mary. God bless you.
thank you, Sissy, and you all have a wonderful night.
I love you, girl. You have a
Love
beautiful
you
night
too,
too.
Sissy. You have a good night.
Good
Bye.
night, sweetie. Okay, Lisa, we're gonna play out summer song and get on out of here for the night. God willing, we'll meet back up tomorrow night and and discuss some more of this. I've got some things that I think everybody be interested in seeing. I didn't get able to put it all the content together today, but I will get to it tomorrow and I'll bring it to you guys. And I'm going to blow up that wall to see if there's any writing on it or not. I think Lisa fell asleep on us. So good night, Lisa. I honestly think she did. I could hear someone snoring, I believe. So God bless and much love to Lisa. Um, okay, everybody, we're playing summer song out of here. I see the hearts and everything going up already, and I so appreciate it. I want to thank everybody, my mods, and all the people supporting Summer in here tonight. I want to say thank you to everybody putting up all the support for Summer. I know if these children were here, they'd say thank you, so I'm saying thank you for them. God bless. Good night, everybody.